What's going on? Howdy, folks. I just got a message that interrupted me in the middle of saying how's it going. So, let me make sure that everybody who wanted a code, or who won one of the codes the other day, actually gets it. Okay, so we got this. And where it at? There they are. Here, and one more code for our lucky winner. Where are they? Cool. I'm definitely not offline. I don't know why it's telling me that, but whatever. We're gonna jump in here. We're gonna get through the last of our replays from the new player tournament. We did watch this one. It was a pretty cool game. A little bit of a rethink from Corn, and I think they'd be able to win that. Here we go. Norska versus Vampire Counts. Honestly, pretty Norska favored, I would say. Vampire Counts, they could definitely beat Norska, but in terms of Chaos factions that have the juice to go all in against the Counts, I would say that Norska's probably one of the ones better suited to it. It's going to be pretty hard to, like, outmuscle Norska on a even playing field. Now, there are definitely maps where that's going to flip on its head, and Norska's going to be a little bit on the back foot because the Vampire Counts are just super tanky, and they'll get tons of healing as well. But you've got, like, Skin Wolves, and you've got some tanky monsters that Norska can utilize to soak up a lot of damage. Very curious to see how the Giant does. It might actually be pretty good for killing these Necromancers. I mean, they're basically unbreakable. They got 100 leadership at base. I mean, 100 leadership is what unbreakable units are set at. That doesn't necessarily mean that this thing can't be broken, but it's going to be really difficult. And they're fairly cheap for a unit that has 700 frickin' weapon strength. And typically the weakness of the Norscan Giant is just how slow they are, so they don't actually get around the battlefield and have a lot of impact. But smacking up on corpse carts, Necromancer corpse carts no less, or much more expensive, would be a pretty good use of its time. So I'm very curious to see how it does. Strigoi Ghoul King flying around has Spirit Leech, Death Shriek of course, and Invo. Being the big choice items and abilities and spells. Opal Amulets here as well, it's okay. And beautiful charge with these frickin' Ice Wolf Chariots, dude. Oh my god. Just took half the HP off of 2 zombies here. I'm gonna be pulling out, not gonna be sticking around for the Strigoi Ghoul King, hopefully. One of them does get hit a little bit. I would say that's pretty worth it, though. I mean, that's a little bit unreflective of the actual amount of damage done to these zombies. Again, damage values, kind of a joke. Not super accurate. I would trade one, like, attack onto one of my chariots for half the HP off of a zombie any day of the week. And they're going to be rotating around again and looking for another opportunity to nail this zombie and skeleton core. Legatus is going pretty heavy for defending the home objective here. all these berserkers here with 200 javelins as well. More damage being traded out on the spearmen. Strigo Ghoul King does get a good smack in against this chariot. It's about to take one of these models down, I think. It's damn close, man. You know, the HP on these is pretty good, and really you just want to avoid losing models. Usually, though, single entities, when they're attacking chariots, will focus in on certain chariot models to try and kill. And it tends to be a little bit more concentrated damage, so you will lose models a little bit more quickly if single entities are attacking them. And this particular chariot looks like it's going to be going down here. It's pretty trapped up, and Strigo Ghoul King does get a really good attack in there. Big burning head. Doing a lot of damage to the zombies. A little bit of damage to the Grave Guard, and roast some skeleton spears before it goes out. Dire Pack just squeaking through it. They get tickled, but nothing too serious. The Marauder Berserkers just going right into the front line here to grind out zombies and skeleton warriors. Konigsstein Stalkers and some Crypt Horrors on the other side will absolutely roll these Marauder Berserkers, though. So Javelins need to get into action and try and bail those Berserkers out of a relatively rough position. Definitely not the best place for them to be. Chariots with lots of kills and damage, but not a lot of value. Marauder Berserkers moving in. Some Javelins hanging out behind, looking to hit the Crypt Horrors, and Throg is just kind of rocking around on the ground there. Not really finding a lot of opportunities to fight. We do get the Devils of Schwarzhofen moving in. Excuse me. Berserkers here. Fighting Graveguard, honestly not a terrible fight for either of these units. Graveguard are a little more expensive, but their damage output is just not nearly as good as the Berserkers is. So, they'll trade pretty evenly for both sides. One Chariot down to 1,700 HP, very close to dying here. Miststalkers come in and do provide them a little bit of assistance, but I don't know if they're going to be able to escape here. One of these models looking real beat up. I mean, it's bloodied and bruised pretty horrendously. Javelins do escape from the pressure of the skeleton spears, and the Strigo Ghoul King here lands in against Throg. Gets a nice smack in, but Throg is a very capable combatant and very difficult to kill. Soaking up all this aggro does mean that the Javelins are going to be very, very free to just chip away at the Devils, who are a very squishy unit, man. They got, like, no armor. Just massive chunks of HP being lost there. Almost 1,300 HP going down in just a handful of seconds for the Devils, man. They're very reliant on the hunger and their cycle charging to stay alive. If they just sit here and get shot at by the Javelins, Hogs is going to start losing a lot of momentum. One Marauder Berserker on this side is going down. They're just so squishy, dude. Unfortunately, getting ground out by the Sternsman here. Just a rock-solid unit. Very difficult to contend with. Javelins do get shut down by zombie summons. Crypt Horrors just having a whale of a time, but in comes the Giant, looking to maybe help finish these guys off. Berserkers have taken out Skeleton Warriors. Konigsstein Stalkers, pretty low, but the Berserkers just haven't really gotten a lot of value, man. That's the problem with them, is that they tend to be a little lackluster in terms of staying power. But here on the number 1 objective, we do have a big victory for Norska. Those Javelins have just farmed value throwing in against these very expensive units. The Miststalkers got some respectable value. They fought the Crypt Horrors off for a little bit. Killed a lot of the Dire Pack, very healthy with 700 value. Halfway to paying for themselves. They're pretty inexpensive, high-quality Monstrous Infantry unit with some really cool niche applications. Beautiful burning head here, roasting an awful lot of the chaff, and it does get a really good rotation on the back end of this. The Tithe and the Feasters, no, just the regular Crypt Ghouls, taking some pretty significant damage. Giant just bashing away at stuff. Still fairly healthy. It has about 700 value. Costs 1,400, like I said. Does get hit by a Spirit Leech, but that's, you know, pretty good for the Norskins. If your opponent's attacking your big centerpiece monster like this, that's, you know, fairly inexpensive, while it's still able to trade out some decent value, your opponent's going to use a bunch of magic on it, better than your Lord or your Caster for Norska being hit instead. Sternsman being isolated over here by some Spearmen, as well as the Norscan Ice Trolls. Norscan Ice Trolls going to bedevil the Sternsman here, dude. Perfect unit to counter this heavy infantry. The region is going to keep these guys in the fight for a good while longer, but I don't think they're going to be able to... I don't think they're going to be able to hold in too much longer. I don't think there's enough to save them over there. Blood Knights out on the field now. Fimir Great Weapons answering. Fimir Great Weapons might be able to beat down a Blood Knight. It's going to be pretty even in the value trade department, potentially. It depends on how much Blood Knight, or magic the Blood Knights receive. If they get a bunch of healing from, like, either passive stuff from, like, the Corpse cards, or invos from the Ghoul King, I do believe they can beat the Fimir Great Weapons, but there's a lot of armor on these Fimir, man. Direwolves do get a charge off in the Chariots, and the Blood Knights do isolate them. Big damage incoming on those Chariots. We do get the Beast of Tashanar moving up now, though. Honestly, not a great fight for the Beast of Tashanar. I mean, they'll do respectable damage to the Blood Knights, and with the Fimir Great Weapons here, I think this will actually be a very clutch winning position for Norska. Vampire counts are just a little too spread out here. This is not typically a build that you can really go too wide on, because you really need the Corpse cards to provide a lot of passive healing for you. I don't think that's really been happening for the Vampire counts. They're not out of this by any means, and I do believe they've probably gotten about 1,500 healing all told. Another really good Burning Head here. Clears out the last of the support for the Necromancers. Very, very low on HP. Look at this Hunter Javelin over here. 3,000 value almost on that one unit is kind of wild. Beast of Tashanar barely hanging in here. Do get their Frenzy back up, so no fear affecting them right now. Skinwolves moving in. Fimir Great Weapons still bashing away at the Blood Knights, who are crumbling out now. Only got 650 value. That's pretty brutal. For a 1,700 gold unit, you can't really afford a bad performance like that, man. Strigoi Ghoul King hounding out the Sorcerer, or the Shaman Sorcerer here. Shouldn't be too big of a imposition, the Strigoi Ghoul King. Very good character sniper. Does tear route him, should get a nice blow in here. Potentially break his leadership and then be able to chase him off the field. He's probably used most of his magic at this point, though. It would have been much nicer if that had happened earlier in the battle. So Norska's holding on to their home objective. They're taking the number 3 here. They flipped to the number 1. They've been playing very loose on the points. A much more spread out, mobile style of play from Norska, but that does benefit them into the very squishy Vampire Counts units. And just pulling the formation apart has left a lot of the passive healing very exposed and vulnerable to being chipped down by Spearmen, Norscan Ice Trolls. The Giant did some pretty good damage, and Giant's still alive over here. Gotten about 1,000 value. Pretty respectable performance. This guy looks so goofy, man. It's definitely the silliest looking of the Giant variants, but you don't want to talk too much trash, because these guys can actually do pretty well for you. Fimir Great Weapons continuing to scrap on the number 1 objective. Lots of zombies and skeleton spears here. They just aren't good cap weight is the problem. And then Ice Wolf Chariots have just been really dominant this game. One of these is a fresher one than the one that started off early in the game, I think, but maybe not. They've basically paid for themselves here. They do cost 900, but I would say that the damage value that's being reflected here is not really accurate or commensurate to the impact they've had at crumbling a lot of zombies out early just by doing massive amounts of damage. Miststalkers, very healthy over here. They've gotten about 800 value. These trolls regenerating a little bit. They've more than paid for themselves. And these javelins have doubled their value as well. The javelins have been the low-key goated unit for Legatus here. The Berserkers were a little disappointing. They did hold up well enough in the early frontline fights so that the other Nordskin units could really pop off, which I guess is a little bit more important, in my opinion, for the state of the battlefield. Just because vampire counts want you to grind into chaff for extended periods of time, if you can get strong chaff-killing units out on the field early, and actually mitigate a lot of the passive heals, then you're going to be in a pretty good position. Generally speaking. Not every single time, but overall. Ice Trolls and the Famir fighting against Spearmen, but now Halberds are in this fight. I really wouldn't be sticking around, but they're just stuffing up units on the point, so not that big of a deal. They're just stalling until the game is over here. Great weapons are chipping away at the Ghoul King, who got 3,300 value. You know, pretty reliable Lord. 3,300 to like 4,000 is a pretty good range in which he will commonly be performing. Just the anti-large attacks. He's got a substantial anti-large bonus, so even when he's tired, he's still got a lot of damage potential against very expensive stuff. Doesn't affect the battlefield much beyond that, though. Doesn't have a lot of spells. Summons wise, doesn't have Wind of Death either, I think. Is really a character sniper, and you know, Throg's too hard to snipe. Especially for the vampire counts. Opponent would really have to fumble the bag to get Throg caught up by the Strugoi Ghoul King and killed here. Could have killed the Shaman Sorcerer of Fire earlier, I suppose. Maybe tried to find him. He was just sitting in a forest all game, and he got a lot of value for just casting Burning Head on Chaff. And once all the zombies and the skeleton warriors were gone and crushed off the field, it becomes like I said, it becomes a lot easier to deal with the necromancers on the corpse carts. The Sternsmen took a while to kill. They're just so freaking tanky. I mean, they're an insane unit. One of the best RORs in the game, in my opinion. Just because that regen and the good defensive stats with good damage output against infantry, they'll hold for ages, man. The Devils of Schwarzhofen need to be used a little more defensively. They just kind of overextended into the range of the Javelins, who just farmed them up, man. I mean, I went absolutely nuts, killing anything and everything that came into range of them, obviously. Beasts of Tashdar and the Skinwolves were alright. The Famir great weapons were very solid. Really loving the Famir after the cost reduction. People seem to be like really finding niches for them. The Miststalker is always a pretty solid unit. Just good damage to elite infantry with armor sundering as well. Can benefit a lot of different Norskin units. And they're pretty self-sufficient as well in terms of a monstrous infantry unit. Very, very defensive when it comes to their stats. Tons of melee defense. And a lot of armor with good leadership. Makes them a little tricky to handle. What up, people? Alright, Norska versus High Elves. We're going to get through all of Legatus's replays here, I think. Very different build here. No chariots in the opening, as opposed to last game where we saw two. And we actually have a Famir Balefiend of Shadows with Pendulum, of all things. You know, not a super popular spell, but one that I think is a little bit underrated. It was absolutely nightmarish when the game released. It's wildly overpowered because its damage radius. It had no damage fall off, so it would just delete everything if it touched it, which was kind of silly. After it got nerfed, and it did get nerfed pretty hard outside of the bug fix, It's a lot less impactful, but I still think worth bringing on occasion against certain factions, and I do think High Elves are a good faction to use it against. They've got very tightly packed infantry, and lightly armored infantry at that, and Pendulum does fall off against armor. You know, 50% AP. You overcast it, it gets a little bit more AP damage, but not too significant of an increase. Against the high leadership numbers that the High Elves have got here, it might do a lot of work. We do have Lore of Boats as well. Seafang is here. And Melkos will be good against Silverhelms and Cavalry. And we got a lot of Marauders. Some great weapons here just to grind down any White Lions who are available here. Some Spearmen and Berserkers in the back with a couple Marauder champions. Yeah, I like it. So the mobility, I imagine, is going to be the second wave. But the High Elves do have a pretty wide build here. And they've got Teclis. He's got a lot of spells here, man. This is a little too much for Teclis. Get rid of Kindle Flame. It does not synergize with him. He doesn't have any fire magic. He's just got the Bound Fiery Convocation that he can use, which is okay, but really not that impactful in my experience. It's got an insanely long wind-up time, so most of the time people will dodge it. It's very rare that you get a clean cast off. Enfeebling Foe's alright. Flock of Doom, Regrowth, and Net of Amontok are his best spell kit. Just the three of these together is almost always gonna have some flexibility and opportunity to get some really impactful damage or snares. As well as, you know, good healing, of course. Just sticking with that will often do you the best amount of work. And you can cut the Potion of Koroi, honestly, you can kind of cut this. Bound Fire Convocation, I wouldn't really recommend. Kindle Flame, definitely not. Enfeebling Foe, probably, no. Sword of Teclis, absolutely amazing ability. Gives you spell mastery, so you get way more powerful spells, and you get some reserves whenever you use it. So the best way to use Sword of Teclis is to hang on to it for a little bit, and you either pop it right before you use a regrowth, or just before you're about to cast a bunch of spells all at once. That way they're all at max intensity, and you still get the reserves. Since it doesn't affect recharge rate, you really just need it for the spell mastery and the extra Winds of Magic. Teclis is moving out of the forest here and just rocking right up in front of Wulfric. Very risky. He really should drop a Net of Amontok right here and try and shoot down Wulfric, because he's just out in the open, man. Wulfric doesn't have healing like Throg does, and he would be very vulnerable to the snipe attempt right now. Yeah, he's got a shield, but it's not that great. Teclis is going to get smacked up, and Seafang just absolutely ruining the backline of the High Elves here. Big damage going down on the Sisters of Avalorn and the Talons of Torquilita, but Teclis does get out of here, and we do get Focus Fire coming in on Wulfric. He did have a weird little animation going there, where his attack animation carried him forward despite being netted. 3 more seconds, pretty big damage on him. I don't know if it's enough, though. He's just going to peel out of here and get into the backline and probably re-secure himself for hanging out, looking for an opportunity to maybe snipe Teclis in the late game, and just casting Seafang for the rest of this one. Marauders chilling. Marauder Berserker's getting lit up right now by the Archer pressure. Really nice stuff from Popflux there. Oh, but the Miststalkers sneaking all the way around the battlefield, dude. I didn't even notice them. And Popflux certainly didn't, because they just get right up in the back line here. Shut down the Sisters of Avalorn. We got an Illyria Reaver Archer moving in, trying to save the Sisters here. And a Pendulum actually coming down on the Talons, ruining them. The Focus Fire has been pretty decent, but the thing about the Miststalkers is, it doesn't matter how much you shoot them. They got 50% missile resistance because of their base amount, as well as from the mist. You can see they're just soaking it up right now. And Norska's gonna win the frontline fight. They're just way better across the board when it comes to the infantry engagements. Pretty nice bound fire convocation, but it's really just on one Marauder. Not super worth it. Does a decent amount of damage. You would have really liked to have seen it maybe used like up through here and go up through the other Marauder. Maybe that would be worth it. Still, I just don't think you're going to get a lot of good casts off. White Lion's way overextended. Feral Mammoth coming out, looking to get up the front line. Sisters are totally shut down here. They've just been bullied by the magic, dude, and the High Elves are losing so much ground now. They got a lot of spearmen. This is a very well-tuned Norska build for the High Elves, just going very deep on the infantry and grinding through all of their cheap spears. And, like, the White Lions and everything. There's only one good target for Nets of Amontok early. The Miststalkers are not great, even if you do get a pretty good cast-off because of that missile resistance. And trying to fight them in melee is just not a super worthwhile use of your time. They do get netted here. They'll probably get finished off, but Norska's just got so much more value on the table right now, damage-wise. They should be able to clean up the High Elves here. They got some Horsemen coming out, looking to just chip down anything that's left on the field. Mammoth running over the White Lions, which is really nice. Do get Flock of Doom. It's not super effective against Norska. I do like Teclis, but maybe not for this matchup. Norska's very aggressive. You need a combat character of some type. Unless you're just getting god tier Nets of Amontok and you play very defensively early, you should probably be going with maybe Eltharion. And Eltharion on his horse here might not be bad. Or you could do Emmerich on the horse, and then bring a couple of different Lords of Magic to cover your bases. Like maybe Emmerich on the horse with Life Mage, as well as Fire Magic, which would be really good for clearing out a lot of the Marauders. And then you can focus down the champions with heavier hitting units, leaving your Sisters of Avalorn maybe a little bit better protected and able to gun down the really big, scary stuff like the Mammoth and the Miststalkers, even if they are mitigating a lot of damage. They did get worn out pretty well by the AP shooting from the Sisters of Avalorn. And they got decent value. I just, you know, it would be really nice to see them a little bit more spread out so they don't get punished by the Sea Fangs quite as badly. Because that's really kind of what got the High Elves behind in this game. Sea Fang hitting all three of the missile units in the back line was pretty brutal. I mean, they didn't lose a lot of models then, but the second the Miststalkers followed up, and then there was another really good Pendulum, it was kind of curtains for those units, and they were definitely intended as the carry. You know, High Elf Chaff is, you know, fairly expensive and also tends to really underperform, especially against, you know, the Chaos factions, who are pretty dominant in the meta right now, I would say. Now, this is a burning, or a fiery convocation worth using right here. It's going to do serious damage to these poor champions who just get absolutely roasted right there, man. 20% of their HP, they have paid for themselves. The other one just chilling on the middle objective, looking to push up a little bit now. Got the Illyrian Reaver Archers trolling about. More Illyrian Reavers poking away at Wulfric, who's just doing his thing. 2,500 value on him, dude. Just from the Sea Fangs, I would guess. And maybe a couple of choice combats against some cavalry or something. It's a really high impact lord for his cost, as long as he doesn't get sniped. He's usually pretty consistent. Shadows Caster really hasn't done nearly as much. Really good net here on the Marauder Champions. And a good counter charge from the War Lions here, who do get on the flank and should make pretty short work of the Champions, who are really overextended here. Rangers breaking through on the low ground here. High Elves do have the #1. Pretty far behind on the tickets, unfortunately. They're barely hanging on to the top ground objective here, but there are champions and great weapons and some horsemen looking to finish up this cap, and it should be pretty short in coming. There we go. They do grab it. High Elves have closed the gap a little bit. They do have a really powerful unit coming out on the field now. In the Fireborn, they've got the War Lions here. Maybe with some patience, aggression, they might be able to get their way back into this game. They're going to have a hard time clearing out these Marauders that are on the high ground, though. But maybe they can kill the Feral Mammoth and these Skin Wolves with one good charge from the Fireborn. It doesn't take much, man. These guys are just an absolute beastly unit. They do get hit by Melkoths. Wow, they're really getting folded up right now. Oh my goodness. Regrowth is very much needed for those guys. Yeah, they do get one. They've lost 10 models. Just keep, honestly, though. Okay, so what you need to do with the Fireborn is they can get their charge off here. Be a little bit quicker getting the regrowth off when you see that they're getting hit by Melkoths and the Skin Wolves and the Mammoths. And having your Illyrian Reaver Archers up over here to counterfire against the Marauder Horsemen will give you a winning fight. You'll be able to kill all of the Norscan stuff in the middle here before the infantry arrives, and then you can pull the Fireborn back and look for opportunities to get some cycle charges going, or to hammer into the rear of occupied infantry who are fighting your very tattered remains here. Fireborn continuing to lose momentum here. They do finish. No, they don't. They don't finish off the Skin Wolves. And they get Terror out of it. That's so brutal, dude. Oh my god. High Elves, why? Feral Mammoth's been pretty impactful this game. It's got about 800 value. Teclis is just looking a little lost, man. Only about 1,000 value on him. It's just not a good combat character. The magic has been decent, but also just hasn't been making enough of a difference. And we do get an Evan Amontok here. A little wasted, considering the state of these Sisters of Avalorn and the Talons. They are still contributing a decent amount of value, but it's nothing significant enough to really flip this game around. And another Melkoths on the Fireborn is really brutal, and I don't know if Teclis has another regrowth, but it would be pretty nice to use on these guys right about now. So, Spearman hanging in. Mammoth does get shattered and does go down there. Just filled full of arrows. Horsemen just chasing these War Lions around, leading them by the nose, dude. Dog walking them. And just filling them with javelins as they kite them away. Really nice play with those horsemen. Kind of the same deal over here, though, for these Skin Wolves. They're trying to chase down these Illyrian Reaver Archers. Well, these guys are out of ammo now. Even this very beat-up Skin Wolf could probably still beat these Illyrian Reaver Archers. Skin Wolves are just a really nasty anti-large unit, and they're pretty fresh, too. They are tired, but if they get in here, they've got regen and good weapon strength. Taking down those Illyrian Reaver Archers wouldn't be too big of an imposition for them. Norsko with some Marauder Champions on the point. Berserkers here as well. Just holding down the double cap. And again, we've still got the Archers over here. Just chilling on this point, not moving at all. They really need to be used a little bit more aggressively. It's a learning experience getting used to using your bow cavalry. They're pretty indispensable for the High Elves, though. Once you really figure out how to maximize their effectiveness, you'll never ever go back to builds that don't utilize them in some capacity. There are definitely a couple matchups where you're not going to be bringing tons of them, but most matchups for the High Elves, bringing 3 or even going for the full 4 isn't really a bad idea. And Wolfert chasing down Teclis here. It's pretty low, but is he going to catch him? This wizard, look how tiny Teclis is compared to Wolfert. What the actual hell? Oh my goodness. Dude, frickin' Wolfert's horse is like twice the size, and Wolfric himself, it looks like he weighs about 400 pounds compared to Teclis here. Looks like a starving child in comparison. Oh my god. I've never actually seen the comparison between the two. Fireborn do go down without getting their value back. They were in trouble in a couple of the instances that they got thrown into the frontline fights. Do get another net of Ammontok. I mean, Teclis has been using a lot of magic. It's just been kind of hard to get any value of the nets because there's no shooting to follow it up, man. That's generally where Net of Ammontok can really shine. War Lions are shutting down the Marauders, going into the back line. They should be able to finish these guys up pretty easily, but the Skin Wolves are going to just turn around and pummel the War Lions in a moment here, which is going to be a big downtrade for the High Elves. They evened it up for a little bit there, but it's pretty Norskin favored at this stage. But I gotta give Popflux some credit. In the past, he probably would have not been able to hang in quite this long. I did see him in a couple of the past tournaments really faltering in bad situations like this, but has been very scrappy here, and I really admire that. And, you know, just a little bit more experience and time on this very tricky faction. And I think we'll be able to give Legatus a run for his money. And Legatus has been playing the Norskins for quite a while now and has been doing really well with them. 2,600 on Wolfric. Miststalkers coming back in. Only 600 value on him, but in a perfect position now to close this game out by just flattening these War Lions. They've got an okay charge bonus of 25. Not great for Monstrous Infantry, yeah. But enough to get their substantial bonus versus infantry and good weapon strength on target, do a little extra damage, and then sunder the armor of all these guys while the Marauders and the great weapons get a little bit of extra work done against those very elite High Elf units. Well played from Legatus. For Pop, you did really well saving your backline, but unfortunately you just got so beat up that it wasn't impactful enough to swing it back in your favor, because if you don't get hit by that Sea Fang quite as hard on all three of your shooters here, and your opponent dives the same exact way, you'll probably be able to pull back and have half-health units, instead of dudes that, you know, you've got like 20 and 13 remaining models. If you've got like 40 models on each of these guys in the late game and they're focus firing the exact same way as they did, they'd probably be able to get you about 2,000 value each. Towns of Torquilita can also do some pretty good work. And then you could have really punished the Mammoth. Skin Wolves did well, Horsemen did well, Mammoth did okay. It's, you know, 1,300 gold, but it was pretty powerful for the time that it was on the field. Killed some White Lions that were on the middle objective, got some terror routes, helped keep the High Elves off balance for quite a while there, long enough for reinforcements for Norsca to come in and outmuscle the other objectives. And the magic and abilities were just way more effective for Norsca. 1,400 on the Fimir Balefiend. Teclis got 1,000. He was mostly casting nets. Again, though, the nets weren't all that good. He only got one regrowth off. Really needs to, like, heal cap the Fireborn if you bring him out. And they tend to be coming out a little bit late for Popflux. They really are such an important unit, and they honestly, I really believe that they have to be your first summon for the High Elves, 9 times out of 10, to really be effectively used. Because what you're trying to do as the High Elves, especially for a build like this where you're going for nets, is you want to hang back a little bit. You want to use your infantry to dominate one objective and kind of position the rest of your forces so that you can fire onto a second and force your opponent to move up into you, where you can then use the Nets of Amantok to punish the really expensive units and preserve your backline until the late game, where you can really bring in the rest of your mobility and Warlions and Rangers to really dominate either one or both of the other objectives on the field. You're going for a value trade type of style as the High Elves, essentially. High Elves are really good at value trading. They're really bad at having to just grind on objectives. Their infantry are just not built for that at all. You really need to play some kite and try and drag your opponent into like full collapses from your superior mobility. Legatus's build was really clean, though, so, I mean, it'd be difficult no matter what. Alright, let's get rid of these two. Kind of working backwards on Legate's builds. So we got, oh man, yeah. Norska and the Warriors of Chaos here. And let me, sign in, or check in for this tournament. That starts in about 45 minutes here. We got not that many sign-ups, but most of the people are checked in. We probably will get a few more before the tournament kicks off. Our Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots on the field, one of Legate's favorite units, and honestly a pretty impactful unit since the buffs to them. They're not quite as good as Razor Gore Chariots, but they're pretty damn close. They just hit really hard on the charge. They've got good weapon strength. They're fairly fast. I mean, they're actually really fast. Way faster than even Razor Gores are. 95 speed, and they have Frostbite. So you can use them to catch these horsemen, maybe. And it does kind of look like they might be beelining for him. Oh, they're actually just getting up on the point. They take a lot of damage from those javelins. Javelins are very accurate, which kind of makes up for the fact that they really don't have that much armor-piercing damage. 7 is pretty respectable. But throwing axes typically are going to massively outperform horsemen if they get good shots off. But, the javelins with the extra range and, being able to fire a little more accurately does tend to lend them to outtrading throwing axes in a head-to-head. And, the Ice Wolf Chariots, they do have those throwing axes on them, which is why I'm mentioning that. It's not that impactful, though, because it's just, like, what, 4 guys throwing them. They hit pretty hard, so they do kill models pretty reliably. You can see that they have taken down a handful of Marauder Horsemen, but it's, not a great trade. We do get the Norscan Ice Trolls, kind of getting bullied right now. Norska doesn't really have the build to take the Warriors of Chaos right now. You do see Legatus just contenting himself with capping his objective back. Getting a little damage with a Melkoths on one of the cavalry here. Just trying to screen a little bit with the Ice Trolls. This one does need to pull back now, though. You don't want to just leave it out here to keep getting hit and losing models. Pulling them back now and regenning a little bit would be really nice, and this other Ice Troll can soak up a little damage. Beasts of Tashanar do get in on the Horsemen, do a respectable amount of damage, and drag down quite a few models. Don't know how long they're going to be able to keep up with these guys, though. Do have 105 speed, and the Horsemen are just taking massive damage from these Hounds, dude. Really nice aggressive play from Norska, and here we get a bit of a trigger pull. Forsaken getting massacred by Ice Trolls right now. big damage. Ice Trolls are great against Forsaken, dude. Forsaken have very, very low melee defense, and typically are exceptionally strong against other lightly armored infantry units. Marauder Great Weapons will do pretty good damage in return. And Forsaken can fight some monsters' infantry, but Trolls tend to be a little too much for them. Because they just don't quite have the weapon strength to equal what they receive in return. You know, Trolls tend to just kind of walk over them with better mass and a better charge bonus. And with the Wintertooth Crown buffing up the melee defense as well, you can see these guys are just wailing away right now. This troll unit's going to rout, but hopefully it rallies in, and you're able to get a decent amount of regen going on the 9 remaining models. The other Norscan Ice Troll, very healthy. Pretty solid value on it. Throg, just beating up on some of the other Marauder Great Weapons for Chaos. Norska is kind of bullying the Warriors now. Did get a really good rear charge from the Ice Wolf Chariots over here. They really wrecked this Great Weapon, did a bunch of damage to the Forsaken, and the Trolls are being utilized nicely right now. Cycle charging through a lot of the infantry that the Warriors of Chaos have. Ice Trolls rallied over here, really need to get away and find a place of safety. Hellstriders moving up. Beasts of Tashnar finally pushed back. Did they? I think there's 600 gold. Just barely paying for themselves. Which is fine. I mean, they really kept the Marauder Horsemen screened out, which is the most important job they could have gotten done here. Severed Claw up on the middle objective. Oh, and a beautiful Pit of Shades right now is going to just punish these Marauder Great Weapons right now. It's not like the perfect target in the world for these guys, or for the Pit of Shades caster. But, you know, they're pretty bunched up, and it will probably finish both these units off. Damn near finished them off. We do get a very unfortunate leadership break on these Marauder Great Weapons, though. Sigvald has been scrapping on the other side of the field here. He's pretty low impact. I don't know if he's a good call against Norska. The issue is that Norska, again, is very aggressive, and having a big combat character that can run around the battlefield and, like, mirror the movements of, like, Throg or Wulfric, or go beat up the sorcerers, or fight against their mammoths is pretty important. I would say that Archeon, or honestly, I think Kolek and Sarthoriel might be the most impactful Lord options you have. Sarthoriel is maybe a little risky if there are a bunch of javelins and horsemen on the field, but he can do some significant damage with Searing Doom to those targets. He's also got Final Chains Mutation. And Plague of Rust can be situationally good against Norska. The reason that I say that is Norska does have a decent amount of armored units. They've got Famir, obviously, and they've also got Marauder Champions and the Chariots. So if you can hit them with a Plague of Rust and use your Hellstriders to countercharge those units while their armor is debuffed, the Hellstriders are going to get some insane value that way. Hellstriders very good in this matchup, by the way. ITP and anti-large with poison, they can really hound out a lot of very scary Norscan mobility. I do like the Severed Claw as well. The issue, again, is just the lack of quick counter units. And the Shadows magic has been okay. It's gotten a little bit of work done. Nothing too serious, though. It got like one good Pit of Shade off. And the Famir Balefiend is just chilling back here. Getting beat up by some Forsaken right now. Although, you know, this guy could have peeled for himself. He could be dropping a Pit of Shades on them if they blob up around him, but opting not to. Legatus just pulling out of there. I'd really love to see another Pit of Shades. There should be some pretty good opportunities developing over here. Severed Claw getting jumped on right now. They're aspiring champions here. And the Severed Claw fighting together. But just the Marauder Great Weapons and Throg fighting together. They're buffering enough for Throg so they can actually work down the models on these guys, and while the Severed Claw is a great unit, they tend to be pretty mediocre against infantry of any kind. And these Marauder Great Weapons with a full surround on these very expensive models, actually hitting pretty reliably against these guys. You can see their HP slowly trickling down here. They will probably get their value back, but they really are kind of a carry unit. Like, if you bring the Severed Claw and you're expecting them to basically be able to anchor a point for the remainder of a game. But Throg actually gets found by Sigvald and getting bullied a little bit right now. Takes some serious damage from the, the Magnificent One here. Does get screened out by the Marauder Great Weapons. Throg will rally unless these Hellstriders catch him. Johnny's kind of getting back in this game. I'm pretty impressed, man. It was looking kind of grim, but I think the Hellstrider play has been really on point, and maybe these aspiring champions, I mean, they have gotten some pretty decent value. Norska does have the mobility advantage, and Legatus does have a lot more supplies. This Hellstrider core is going to be pretty nasty, though. I don't know who wins this, honestly. I mean, the Skinwolves will be decent into Hellstriders, but multiple Hellstriders surrounding the Skinwolves will easily wear them out. Good Melkoth's going down on this Hellstrider unit over here. The Fimmer Balefiend is actually not getting any safer by going in the forest. He's actually debuffing himself more than he is the Hellstriders. Hellstriders, of course, as the name would suggest, have Strider, which means that they don't lose any stats because of terrain. One of them could sit here and just finish this guy off, and then get across the field and help re-secure this middle objective, which is slowly flipping back to the Warriors of Chaos, and they do get a Halberd up on the point. Leggett is making a big mistake by sending the Skinwolves into that Halberd, man. That was a very healthy Skinwolf, and they've lost a bunch of models, taken a ton of damage. And the Trolls aren't going to do much better, man. Halberds love fighting in situations like this, where there's no infantry blocking up their attacks, and they're just ripping into the expensive monstrous infantry, dude. Oh my goodness, taking those poor Trolls to Pound Town. And the Hellstriders find another Skinwolf over here. Norska bringing a lot of mobility up that is just getting nothing done right now. Just getting absolutely waxed right now by the far superior options that the Warriors of Chaos are throwing out. And these Trolls are just getting forgotten about. What's going on over here? Replay isn't broken, is it? Are they gonna start fighting these guys? Wow, okay, they do actually kind of just collide with one another. Are they hidden? I don't understand what's going on out there. Oh, a beautiful Pit of Shades. Oh, saves the Skinwolves. Wow, they didn't lose any models hardly. Only lost 3? How the hell did they survive that long? Brilliant stuff. And we do get a response Pit of Shades from Johnny, but a big whiff. Trying to hit the Beast of Tashnar. That's too risky, dude. I mean, Pit of Shades has a long wind-up time on it. And it's really expensive, mind you. I mean, 15 wins of magic. Overcast is 22, and you whiffed it that badly as well. Would have been much better on these Marauder champions. It's not the end of the world. Johnny still has a decent value lead, but really needs to get this back point re-secured. It's not going well. Just like throwing Marauders into this fight is not going to work out for you in the long run. You're just going to continue to value trade poorly over there. The Chariot's being taken down. The Trolls do get killed, so I guess I don't know what's going on here. Legatus is losing a little focus. This is very uncharacteristic of Leggett. Leaving units just out in the midfield. This is a gigantic map, though, so I can kind of understand losing track of units. It takes, a lot of wherewithal to keep yourself appraised of where all your forces are. I can't tell you how many times I've forgotten about something in my own backline. Happened on stream just the other day, but does finally get them moving. Thankfully, before they just get isolated by a bunch of mobility and taken down. Get a lot of Forsaken moving in. Aspiring Champions going to the back point, and Johnny actually concedes, which I think is a big mistake. I really think that Johnny could have fought back into that one. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. Maybe just running out of patience. Maybe thinking that there wasn't going to be enough time, but I'm pretty sure a triple cap could have been secured. Pretty well played by both sides. A few lapses in micro from both players, but pretty solid stuff all the way around. Maybe that replay was broken. It was a little bizarre. You never know, man. Hellstriders, they unfortunately blobbed up around that one Skinwolf and just got wrecked. They had a lot of HP prior to that, and they would have been able to kill that Skinwolf and maneuver to another part of the map, and maybe help re-secure that back objective of Johnny's, and then you can work on the triple cap. I think that would have been really nice. We got 30 minutes for the next tournament. We should be able to get through most of these replays. I'll try and do stuff in between games if I have time. Did we already watch this one? No, we watched... Dude, I keep doing this with the... We saw... on Saturday, we had another Broccoli v Vampire Coast game. So Broccoli getting multiple Vampire Coast games, which is kind of crazy. Vampire Coast is pretty niche, and it's been a while since we've seen so many people playing them in a new player tournament. We had Fabrosi, we had Hamp, and Traveler. 3 Vampire Coast players in one tournament is pretty unheard of, truth be told. They're a solid faction, though. They're just kind of tricky is the reason why you don't see them too terribly often. Generally speaking, the people who play them are, you know, very, very attuned to utilizing them and covering up the weaknesses of the faction. Carronades, chilling. Aranessa on the Crab is honestly a pretty good idea. She gets a lot of extra HP and a ton of armor, man. 120 armor for Aranessa. Running around with her Manon's Luck and Spearfisher's Net can be pretty nice. She doesn't have the anti-large item. Against Nurgle, I don't think that's too big of a deal. I guess you don't really need it. Vampire Fleet Captain has Purple Sun and Spirit Leech. Aspect of the Dread Knight going to be pretty nice as well. I do think that Xerius has its time and place. It's a little hard to get value out of it. It's so expensive. It does do a lot of damage, though. It's really good Overcast because it lasts for double the duration for not that much more Winds of Magic. It's a big investment, but has a lot of potential, like, game-winning impact. Just have to be very aware of when and where you're casting it. It's got to be on some pretty expensive stuff or some very big blobs for it to be really worthwhile. Broccoli moving some horsemen around the flank, it looks like. Getting them up in the trees. Going to be springing them out of the woods when the mainline engagement happens, I would bet. Lots of Marauders and Forsaken up on the point. And pretty good targeting from Hamp early. Carronades just hitting the Forsaken. They're not super accurate, but just taking models off these guys against Nurgle, no less, is a pretty good call, because Nurgle obviously goes for lots of healing with their magic, usually. Not really going for that here, though. Actually just bringing Rancid and Fleshy Abundance, so going for some character sniping. And against Aranessa, it'll be really effective. Rancid Visitations will just ruin her, and there's no healing for her since she doesn't count as an undead unit. She can't actually be healed by Invocation of Nehek, but again, we do have Death Magic, but even if there was one in reserve, she wouldn't be, you know, helped by it. We do get a Rancid Visitations going down. Aranessa's going to take her down to about half HP, I think. It does an insane amount of work. You can see her just chipping her away. Oh my god, dude. Brutal stuff. This is kind of how the battles were going, or the battle went for Broccoli in the last matchup against the Vampire Coast. The front line engagement starting off a little rough with, you know, like these Marauders are routing, Horsemen are getting shot up a little bit. Chaos Sorcerer gets Spirit Leeched. Do have some Forsaken grinding through these deckhand mobs. Should be able to get on these Gunners. Bombs moving in. Bombs are going to be very impactful here. They just do a lot of work against armored and unarmored targets alike. It does take them a little while to get through armored stuff, but they've got good way to fire, and the explosive radius on these bombs is pretty big. As opposed to the Grand Cathay bombers, who just don't seem to do anything to any kind of target whatsoever. Vampire Coast has a lot higher impact unit available to them. The Exalted Heroes are just running over a lot of the infantry here, and there's really not any great answers to them right now. Handguns are one of the few tools available to the Vampire Coast right now. They are pushing the back objective here. Animated Hulks getting in. Bomber mobs making mincemeat of those poor Marauders, man. Could also help finish up those Nurglings and maybe hit the Forsaken a little bit. Hamp's targeting has been pretty solid, but the front line has just been wrecked over on this flank, dude. And I think Vampire Coast might be over-pushing themselves on the home objective, while the rest of their formation just gets iced out over here. It's not going terrible for the Vampire Coast, but it's pretty even, which is usually an issue for them since they're so reliant on gun units, and we do get Furies moving into their handguns here. Gonna ruin these guys, take them out pretty quickly. Do want to probably get a better surround with these Furies next time. Like, one Fury lands here, another lands on the handgun. That way you don't take any return fire. Got Scurvy Dogs moving up, Night Terrors coming in. And Purple Son of Xerius being used against the Horsemen does pretty good damage to those guys. Don't know how useful it was. Do get a Fortunate Terror out, but Aranesta does get hounded down here. She got hit by Rancid Visitations, and then the Rot Beast Chaos Sorcerer moved in and finished her off. So losing your Lord as the Vampire Coast, not the worst thing in the world, because crumbling's not that punishing, but I will say Coast, of all of the undead factions, suffers from that crumbling the worst, because they don't have a lot of passive healing anywhere on the roster, so it is pretty perpetual, and it does rack up over time, and can put you in a hole pretty quickly. And Broccoli has the value lead, just needs to reclaim the number 2, and it'll be all but over, I would say. The Furies are going to land right on top of the Carronade here. Night Terrors and the Scurvy Dogs are right by here, so I would just advise against that next time. The Carronade's been okay, it's not been super impactful. Should be able to get like one Overcast Fleshy Abundance after the Rancid Visitations, because these cost 22 wins of magic, Overcast. You do genuinely want to only use the Overcasted version. And Fleshy Abundance is how much? Overcasted 28. Ugh, maybe you don't get enough. I think you get about 100 wins of magic over the course of a game. Or, no, not about that much. How much do you get? 80? Thereabouts. You'd be pretty close to using up all of your WOM just on those 2 spells. This Exalted Hero really needs some healing, but be fairly effective just running around and flattening infantry. The Exalted Hero Chariots I tend to find pretty lackluster, all things considered. The Zinch variant is probably the most impactful form, and even there can be a little bit mediocre. Carronades get a ton of damage on the Rotting Riders. Take out 8 models. Brutal stuff, dude. Okay, so I guess that's why the dive went in, but honestly, the Fury dive, it just got cleaned up by the response units. Mournghouls and the Scurvy Dogs just killed those Furies in no time flat. The Rotting Riders can just move in and hang out back here, and you can keep the Furies up in the air, because there's not a lot of gun units. You just move to the side of the battlefield where there are no ranged tools to poke at the Furies. and wait for your opportunity. Your opponent's going to have to move up on the middle objective, more likely than not, or reinforce your the home objective that they're holding. And once they move away with their mobility, that's when you send the Furies to kill the Carronades. Because right now the Rotting Riders are just getting phased out of the battlefield entirely right now, and there's nothing to dive back here. Which is really hindering Broccoli's opportunities for just, like, reclaiming all the points. But this back objective does eventually get ground down. There just wasn't very high quality units here, I guess. I mean, there's just a bunch of chaff for the most part. The middle objective is being swung, though. Very back and forth game, dude. Really well played by Hamp. Despite losing the Lord early, is hanging in here. The Vampire Fleet Admiral's been pretty nice. Just running around, chipping away at some units. You know, dropped a really nice Purple Sun of Xerius in the mid-game. Does have some Spirit Leeches, I imagine, for wearing out maybe the Exalted Heroes once they rotate back around. And it does look like a Fleshy Abundance got used. I think healing both of the Exalted Heroes up, or maybe it was just a single cast on this one. And maybe a Fecundity for the other guy. Night Terrors just get absolutely nailed by the Rotting Riders there. Big damage onto those guys. They do lose a few more models to the Carronade, which has been very, very high impact this particular match. We do get some Furies going in. Oh, and they do actually get a pretty good engage onto the artillery piece here. And the animated Hulks and the gunnery mobs and the handguns, I don't think you're going to be able to peel in time. And losing that Carronade and the Rotting Riders still having 20 models and getting some regen in. They cleaned up the Night Terrors. They should be excellent at clearing even the Sirens since they've got the magic attacks. If they get a surround on the Fleet Admiral, they'll also kill him. There's no long-range shooting or anti-large to punish them right now, so they're going to go pretty crazy here for a minute, I think. Good Spirit Leech on the Exalted Hero. Fleet Admiral with 1,300 value, which is pretty decent. Nurgle is losing the Furies here, but they got the job done. They killed the most important unit left for the Vampire Coast. Handguns pushing forward. Hamp with a lot of supplies. But not a lot of battlefield control, which is the big problem for Vampire Coast. Once they get down like this, and they stop trading evenly, or better yet, trading up with all of their gunline units, it becomes very hard to protect them all, right? Like, the second wind that you get is a lot less powerful than your opponent's second wind. We do get some Furies moving into the back line. Good response, dude. I mean, Hamp has been very active with giving orders to the gun units, but Broccoli is doing the right thing and kind of like looping around. Does not get the order in time, though, so these Furies might get killed with one more good volley here. Brutal damage from those handguns, man. They do get the charge off. They'll get a little damage done here before they crumble out. Not nearly enough to pay for themselves, though, probably, especially considering the Lamprey's Revenge getting onto the flank here. Lamprey's very powerful unit. Nurgle's going for this back cap, though. There's just a deckhand mob over here. The Horsemen are going to be able to cap that up in a moment. Beautiful Purple Sun here. Wow! Great damage on the Forsaken and the Marauders. It does wear out, but 1,700 value on your caster is pretty respectable. You know, it was good. Still, though, I'm not 100% sold on it. Animated Hulks fighting in here, trying to grind down the Rotting Riders. I don't know, maybe some more aspect of the Dread Knight would have been really strong. And just going for spammy death magic spells might have been better. Doom and Darkness can be really good against demon factions. It's good for breaking positions. You got a lot of fear on your roster already, so you can stack a lot of leadership debuffs, and you can then use Aspect of the Dread Knight to terror bomb positions. Soul Blight's pretty good for lowering armor and weapon strength. Spirit Leech is self-explanatory. Fate of Buna is not great right now. It's very expensive. It would be really good against the Rotting Riders, though, but I think the Carronade was kind of being relied on that. Hamp not being able to save the Carronade, I think, is kind of what's given Norska, or not Norska, the Nurgle forces this advantageous positioning here. The Exalted Heroes are pretty beat up, but they have killed a lot of units. They have really run rampant for the majority of this battle. They should be able to grind down a lot of this chaff, but the animated Hulks are going to be a little scary for them. They really do need to get away from there. They do cap the number 3 objective here, and they're barely holding on to the number 1 currently. Vampire Coast is going to take ages to respond to this back pressure. Rotting Riders moving over, Exalted Heroes over here, and the Nurgle Sorcerer is still chilling here. Very healthy, too. Really maybe should be trying to go in to just do combat against the animated Hulks and maybe kill the Fleet Admiral right now. Would be able to do good damage to both of them, but maybe just not getting them surrounded is the right call right now. No reason to overextend him, I guess. Playing patiently with them and just chipping away and keeping them healthy and available is also not a terrible idea. Heroes running over some of the pole arms, throwing axes, chipping away at the Hulks as they move in. Forsaken and Nurglings and the Rotting Riders up on this point. Going to get a really good charge on the mass here. Those anti-large attacks are going to make short work of pretty much everything here. Even the Lamprey's Revenge are going to falter pretty quickly against these things. The shotguns on the top are very powerful, actually. That's probably where a lot of their value has actually come from, believe it or not. In melee combat, they're really just there for their really high melee defense. Solid enough weapon strength. They don't have any chaff here, which is a big error from Hamp. Having stuff to like sit underneath your animated Hulks and your Mournguls and your Lamprey's Revenge is a must for their combat efficiency. Without that, they tend to just fall apart and get crumbled out by much more powerful, like, generalist units. Or even better specialist tools like the Rotting Riders are. You can see these guys have been... One of them has been pretty respectable. Just need the deckhand mobs underneath them. Deckhand mobs are just really bad in combat also. Vampire Coast is just really micro-intensive. And deceptively micro-intensive, dude. I mean, a lot of people just see the undead factions and they're like, oh, you just stick them on an objective and they never break, and they're awesome all the time, and there's no reason to, like, really be super active with your maneuvering. But I think that's a big pitfall for choosing these undead factions, because I actually think they're probably the most micro-intensive out of all of the factions. Chaos, I think, is really beginner-friendly. Like, any of the Chaos factions are beginner-friendly, either because they have great heals, like Nurgle, and fairly, like, stalwart infantry options with some good specialists. Khorne is just good in melee across the board and has, like, one play style that you're trying to, like, pull off and ruin your opponent with by being aggressive. And then Slaanesh, great units all the way around. A little micro-intensive, more so than the other Chaos factions, but has really good synergistic tools to take advantage of all of the mobility and glass cannon-y type of units. Tzeentch is pretty micro-intensive, I guess, so still pretty beginner-friendly, because you got the Protoss shields, and you do have some really powerful elite units that if your opponent doesn't answer correctly, it can just absolutely farm value and carry a game for you. The undead, you have to be very careful with positioning. Even for the vampire counts, you have to have your corpse carts in the right position, supporting the right units, stacking your monstrous infantry and your chaff, otherwise both of those units just lose in their one-on-ones. You're slow across the board. You got bad cap weight for the most part. Vampire Coast, their zombies have full cap weight, but again, they're really slow, so they get intercepted before they get the points oftentimes. You know, Tomb Kings have expendable cap weight on everything, pretty much. They're deceptively hard to play. I generally try to direct people to other factions than Coast and the other undeads, generally speaking. But Hamp is doing really well. I've never seen this person play, and they came in and they scrapped really well against one of our, by now, one of our more experienced new players. Broccoli's been in the last 3 new player tournaments and has been steadily improving in every one, has come really close to winning the last 2 times around. So Hamp coming in and doing this well is great. Just not bringing such a snipeable lord as the Vampire Coast is really all you need to change here. I'd be very curious to see Luther Harkin in this matchup. I actually think he'd be really powerful against Nurgle because he can silence with his pistol, and he's got good combat stats, and he's got a lot of HP with regeneration, so the whatchamacallit, the Rancid Visitations is just not going to do that much to him. I think he could be pretty good. Bring this, and Power Siphon I don't think you really need. Just Hornswoggle and the Hunger. He's 2,700, he's expensive. And then you have, you know, your Fleet Admiral. I do think the Death Magic has a time and a place. Against a faction with as much healing as Nurgle has, maybe not so much. Typically the Lore of the Deep is the best Vampire Coast lore. Does a lot of damage. Very consistent. You've got good Shaft Clear with Tide Call. You've got Summons, and you've got Fog of the Damned, which is very powerful debuff, which makes it very difficult for your opponent to dive your backline and kill a bunch of your units because they're just not able to hit anything. And it's pretty cheap and spammable. Kiss of the Deep does damage across the battlefield, if I'm not mistaken. Nothing has indicated to me anything other than that fact. So, it's pretty nice for additional damage on stuff. Kraken's Pull can be very powerful against elite infantry, and Nurgle does tend to bring a lot of that oftentimes. It's very disruptive and very high impact. And Vangeist is just a fun meme spell. You're never going to hit this. People are going to dodge it so fast. It takes ages to wind up, dude. Like, not only does the spell itself take forever, but once the ship starts rising up out of the ground, that's another, like, 4 or 5 seconds for people to just move out of the way. It looks cool, though. It's a big power move to utilize it. I've seen people get good casts off on occasion. It's very funny when it actually lands. Deletes everything. Big power move to utilize. I've seen people get good casts off on occasion. It's very funny when Let me restart. I don't know why it says I'm offline. I definitely am not. I'm literally streaming right now. But let me get back in here. Alright. Rallying back in here. Oh, and I checked in, right? Oh, I did check in, but I need to go declare my factions. Oh yeah, it's up here now. some really scary players in this tournament. So, anybody banned? Slanesh is banned, and that's it. Okay. Seekers banned for demons. Thunder Tusk available. Waystalker with Air of Kurnus limited to 1. That's it? Okay. And we got map bans too, which is kind of cool. I'm trying to figure out who I'm going to be playing here. Could do Corn. I think I might. Yeah, I'll play them just to get some familiarity back under my belt. Maybe some vampire counts could be fun. Some Warriors of Chaos, try and raise their win rate. Who's everybody else playing? So we've got a Dark Elf and a Wood Elf player. We've got Dark Elves Norska, High Elves Wood Elves, excuse me. Norska Demons, Tomb King Skaven, Coast Lizards, Counts Dowie, Counts Wood Elves, Kislev Empire. Could do Ogre Kingdoms just for some funsies. Vampire Coast, not likely. Not really my cup of tea. Lizards? Lizards might be fun. Maybe Norska. God, dude. I'm so indecisive right now. I just don't know what my second faction's gonna be right now. Let's do Lizardmen. I'm gonna do Lizards. And we'll see what we can do. We only got 4 minutes for the tournament starts, so not enough time for any more replays right now. We'll get back around to them. Hopefully, finish them up tonight. Did get that one out of the way. Nurgle and Vampirates. So we've got High Elves Kislev. We did go over the finals and the semis already. Just some random replays that I've been saving. So we got 8 left. 9 left. Yeah, 9 left. Okay. Although this is a duplicate, so we'll get rid of that. And we got 2 duplicates? Yeah, okay. Wow, a lot. So we got like 4 left. Cool. There we go. Okay, we're finally set with the rest of our replays. Alright, let's go sit in a lobby, and then we'll see who comes to beat our ass. I practiced a little bit today, but, you know, there's tons of room to improve, obviously, at all times. I am feeling a little rusty. This is one of those games where if you take, you know, just like a week or so off of playing regularly, and I haven't been playing a ton in the super high-level tournaments lately, you'll lose a lot of, you'll have a lot of rust when you come back. I do personally, at least. But we should be able to rally up pretty quickly here. I played some pretty good games on the ladder and did pretty well, so I'm feeling fairly confident. Welcome, welcome, guys. How's it going? Win tournament. Also, who tournament? Who else is checked in here? Oishi, Maxi, Attack Speed, Pope, Subutai, Falling Star, Abdel, me, Apostate, Bob, and then Blake down here. How many games have they played? Decent amount. Hey, they've beaten some pretty good players, so cool to see them around. They're pretty new, though. Started playing only a few months ago, according to Total Tavern at least, you know. That's exciting. I love seeing newer people in the tournament scene. Let's see if we can get let's see if we can get Korn and Lizardmen back up the leaderboard here. Korn's got a ton of games played on him. Korn is just perpetually around 50%. I mean, it's very rare that they rise above that. Last season was their best win rate, and it was 54%. They're just very honest. You know, they've got a lot of pretty good or even matchups. They've got a couple that are just abysmally difficult for them, though. Beastman's really bad. Chaos Dowie being bad's not super surprising. Lizardmen, they're struggling in. Dark Elves is a struggle right now. Is that true last season as well? Kind of. It was pretty even last season. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna try using R-Ball in this tournament. Maybe. I mean, we don't get that many games to play around with them. May just go with our standby. Maybe go with old Valkia. She's kind of hard to fumble. I haven't been playing with her a bunch. A lot of the games I've been playing, I've been using Skull Taker. And I've been using Scarbrand a little bit lately. Scarbrand has a couple matchups where he's really strong, actually. I actually think he's pretty good against Demons of Chaos. He's really good in the mirror. He's like the win condition in the mirror match. I found him to be okay against Norska on occasion. The matchups where he's really bad are actually Vampire Counts. He just can't hang out on the battlefield long enough to win against the Counts. He can work, but if your opponent's prepared for him as the Counts, he just isn't able to do much. Kislev, any shooting faction, he just is bad against. Wars of Chaos is really tough for him. Zinch is hard. He's good against Nurgle as well. Nurgle's a pretty nice matchup for Scarbrand. You gotta be very careful of the Angels of Decay, though, but you got answers for those. You've got Furies, who are pretty strong against them, and also the Hellforge Bellowers can be pretty effective against the Angels of Decay. Actually do a lot of damage to them when they hit. Hey, what's up, Pikachu? How to stay cool between big engagements? Yeah, that's fair, man. When big engagements kick off, micro oftentimes can just go right out the window. Anything for Bretonia Air Force cheese? As Corn? Hell no. Corn has, like, no answers for that. You can't do Bloodthirsters because they just get killed no matter what. They just suck balls. So sad. One day, Corn's Bloodthirsters will get buffs to make them good, and we'll all be happy. I don't know when that's going to be, but it's needed, man. I think Corn against Bretonia Air Force stuff, just bring halberds. Like, Bretonia can't do much about halberds. Halberds are actually very good against Hippogriffs and Royal Pegasus Knights. If your opponent ever trips up and gets caught in halberds, they're going to die. Corngors are just very low leadership. So the Chaos Warrior halberds with their good armor and higher leadership tend to actually stick around for a lot longer. And they're a little bit better generalists. You know, they got good melee attack and solid melee defense. They really only have to worry about trebuchets. Even against, like, a huge bow line, it takes a long time to chip these guys down. You still have, like, Marauders and stuff you can kind of screen with. That's probably your best bet against the Bretonia Air Force nonsense. This is just not easy, though. Just shot him to death? I mean, fair. Playing Ogre? Oh, Khorne is really tough for Ogres, actually. That's a pretty good matchup for the Blood God. That's probably why. For Ogre Kingdoms against Khorne, there's actually a couple of units that are pretty hard for Khorne to shut down. You do want some Lead Belchers. I would honestly probably just bring one and use them as bait. Sky Striders are unironically still kind of good against Khorne because they just do so much damage on the charge. They're stupidly expensive, so you have to bring a healer for them. But if you use them well, they frostbite, they have huge anti-large potential, tons of AP, massive charge bonus means they flatten anything that they charge down, especially Furies and Fleshhounds, who are actually fairly common in this matchup. You can go cheaper and bring some Golg's Maneaters. They tend to be pretty impactful for the Ogre Kingdoms against Khorne. They're just good all-rounders. They've got good stats. They've got a good bonus versus infantry. They beat all the armored warriors. With Noblar support, they beat Khorngors pretty easily. They've got adaptive tactics. They're ITP. Vanguard deployment, so they can take objectives early. Really cool stuff. You need to be careful with your healers, or your caster, against Khorne. The Slaughtermaster is very, very vulnerable to Valkia, so you just want to roll them around and use Troll Guts. and protect him as much as possible with the Man-Eaters so that, like, Valkia can't just fly in and snipe him. Running him around with a dedicated defensive unit is a pretty good idea. You can always bring some Mornfangs and stuff. You just want to actually fight Khorne in melee combat. Like, commit to bringing higher quality melee fighters, and you'll actually outmuscle Khorne with some really good healing. Like, Troll Guts and your Meat Feast can make a big difference for you. Noblar Flingers, you know, they can be a little squishy, but they do tend to be good enough shooting with, like, one Lead Belcher to be able to clear the lightly armored stuff with the Flingers, and then any heavy infantry with Lead Belchers, as long as you can save them from the inevitable, like, hordes of Furies that are going to come in. Dude, Khorne Archers would be super sick. I would love to see, like, Khorne Javelin Throwers. That'd be a fun unit. You know, like Norska has. They could be like a little bit of a dual-purpose type of unit. That'd be fun. But you know, it is what it is. You play Khorne for the flavor and the fun. You don't play him to be the top-tier faction. If you want that, you can just play Beastmen or Vampire Counts right now. And when Slaanesh is not banned, you can play Slaanesh, I guess. Is the tournament started yet? What are we waiting on here? Oh, I'm playing Adam. Oh, hell yeah, okay. So Adam's playing Warriors of Chaos, and I'm playing Khorne in the first round, right? Yeah, I am. And then Lizard's the second, so let's go find our boy. Good to see him here. It's been a while since we played. Let's go set up our lobby. Khorne into Warriors of Chaos can be kind of tricky, dude. Warriors of Chaos have the damn Hell Cannons. You know, the Soul of Damnation is pretty godly in that matchup. It can be a real pain in the ass to deal with, but I think I've got some options against it. I'm gonna see what I can rustle up. Alright. And yeah, this looks respectable. Probably just more of these guys. That'll work. Got some of thems, and we can bring a couple of these guys. A couple of these. Definitely want those, and boom. Yeah, maybe this will work. Okay. Oh, and we gotta do map bans. So, bans, Changer's Madhouse. I have no freaking clue what Norscan Rise is. So let's play Oil Fields. We'll look at Norscan Rise later. This matchup can be a little bit map dependent, so I would like to at least have foreknowledge before I jump into something that might just lose me a match if it's not the right kind of terrain. It does look like it might be a little bit hilly. Alright. Yeah, Adam does have some pretty good corn builds. Adam's the most active corn player right now. Thank you, Falling Star. Good luck to you as well. You got this. Why are Seekers banned in tournament? Seekers are just broken right now. They have, so the way that their models pile into combat, they can surround, and kill really expensive single entities in just mere seconds. They're absolutely ferocious. They're so crazy. They tried giving them a cost increase, and it's just not enough right now. It's a little sad. I would love to see Slaanesh get some slight adjustments. I think, honestly, all they really need to do to balance Slaanesh is rework their army abilities a little bit and, you know, reduce the rampage on Pavane. It's just silly right now. And, of course, tone down Seekers. There's a lot of things that Slaanesh has that just are so freaking annoying. Especially in domination mode, where the games tend to go for a long time. In land battles, in Conquest, it's a little less ridiculous, because you can't resummon stuff, obviously. The big issue is that Seekers come out, they can run up to the front line in like 10 seconds because they have 100 speed, and they have like 1,000,000 AP. They have honestly amazing stats for the cost. The only issue is they're squishy, but they just find an expensive target, uptrade, die, and then they go back in the pool, and you summon them back out, and you go for it all over again. They're just a super abusable unit in domination mode. That's why Seekers are banned. And a lot of factions don't have counters to them, is another big problem. Anything else that I need to talk about with them? Not really. Supposedly CAA is going to change the hitboxes for the cavalry, for the Seekers themselves, and they'll pile into combat a little less effectively, and then they'll probably be balanced. As it stands, though, they just, like, collide into everything and delete it from the game, and that's not fun at all for anybody. Nobody wants to just watch their units get melted by something, and they just beat everything. You know, anti-everything units are not enjoyable to run into. I mean, just from the stats page, they don't look crazy, but it's the 100 speed and then poison and devastating flanker, all of those in conjunction with one another. So what happens, you have a heavy cavalry unit on the field, right? Seekers come out. Seekers close the gap in no time at all. You try to run away from Seekers, and they'll catch you, and they get their devastating flanker off, and then they debuff your speed so you are even less likely to escape, and then they're continuing to proc devastating flanker while they kill you, so you just have to unga bunga and face check Slaanesh. There is absolutely no opportunities in the Slaanesh matchup for any faction just about to maneuver around. You basically just rush into them and hope to God that you're able to break enough of their units off the field that you get a value lead, and you're able to maintain that, because Slaanesh, with all the rampages and all the crazy unbalanced army abilities, can just flip a battle on its head at any point, basically, as long as they don't massively lose in the early going. even without Seekers, they can still do those exact same shenanigans. So that's just the overall state of them right now. It's a little rough. Yeah, Hellstriders do have the same problem, but they don't have the AP. Thank God. Otherwise, I don't think anybody would be mentally well playing Slaanesh. For the few tournaments that they even are unbanned, because they are just getting outright taken off the table for most people nowadays. So we're going with my anti skull cannon build basically. We got skull crushers to peel for the skull cannons. My opponent's trying to like go for them. Got lots of marauders for cap weight and to just screen the hell cannons or the skull cannons. And if the Soul of Damnation's on the field, we just close the gap, and I'll show y'all how to kill it with the skull cannons. Our opponent could go for something completely different, and then I'll be in a little bit trickier of a situation. I'll probably play for value and time in that scenario. We got lots of Blood Beasts. Blood Beasts very good against Warriors of Chaos. You just keep them away from Hellstriders and you're fine. Basically, you just want to play from like a main, like very centrally situated formation and trying to control the objectives by bouncing between the two and just not leaving any space for the Warriors of Chaos to just like isolate anything. Yeah, there's the Soul of Damnation, so that's like what we're going to be going for immediately. We'll back up. We don't want to scrap with all of those dudes. We got Azazel. Oh, no. So Azazel's going to be a real pain. Because he's got the... Oh, Pavane is... I thought Pavane was banned this tournament. Apparently not. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be banned. Maybe... Did I kill the stream on accident? Wow, nice. Amazing. Oh. That's super frustrating. I saved the replay at least. I cannot believe that I killed the replay on accident. Or killed the stream on accident. I'm gonna get in here and I'm gonna just do a little talking over the replay then. That's a little embarrassing. But yeah.
After we water the earth with our enemy's blood, we will drink whatever's left.
So we're moving up, and we've got the Soul of Damnation. That's our immediate priority target. We've got a lot of horsemen. I mean, just a ton of throwing axes out on the field. I mean, pretty much the max number, which isn't super shocking for Khorne anymore nowadays. It's kind of the common theme of anti-Khorne builds, is just like massive numbers of units that can like kite you around. We're trying to snipe the Soul of Damnation, but the Skull Cannon's being a little inaccurate, which is a little frustrating. So I'm going to try and close ground a little bit here and then get them on target. Killing that would give us a big advantage here. I've got some Blood Beasts coming in. I got my own throwing axes. Got my Marauders moving up to the point, looking to chill and hang out. Skull Crushers backing that up as the defensive unit. We are opening up now with the Skull Cannons and actually getting a good shot there. It only takes 4 hits to kill the actual model. So just a couple more accurate shots and we will kill it. It actually did clip there. That's why it did damage. And it hits there again. One more shot is all I need to win. I was feeling really good about it at this stage of the game. Having done this much damage to the Soul of Damnation. Getting a little bit of a good charge there, and we smack it to death there, which is awesome. Infantry engaging. We do have some trolls smacking me up here. Waste a few shots, continuing to fire here. This one actually getting some damage on the Forsaken. Marauders engaging, fighting the regular Warriors of Chaos Marauders, and I have a good value lead. I'm just trying to rally my forces into position to really start to, in my opinion, close this game out. I was feeling so good about the state that I was in. I started getting a little complacent, though. And that's really going to come in and bite me at a certain point here. Leaving my Skull Crushers to get focused by the Marauder Horsemen here, not great. I'm bringing Flesh Hounds in to try and answer those guys and keep them off balance. Skull Crusher's doing some amazing damage to the Trolls right now. Really nice engagement for me. Marauders grinding in and out over here. The Blood Beasts helping. But here we do make a big mistake. I really overextend these Marauder Horsemen. And the Hellstriders come in. They're just going to clean those guys up in like half a second. While Azazel back here finds Valkia, and Valkia is just not good at fighting Azazel. And I'm not doing a very good job of microing her around. My positioning on her is pretty poor. And my Flesh Hounds are still chasing a lot of Horsemen. Really, I should probably use them to rally back here to the Marauders and deal with those guys. Blood Beast hanging in. Looking to charge through and deal with these infantry. Still got a value lead, which is nice. Flesh Hounds chasing real deep. Not finding much success. Skull Crushers take the head-up fight against the Hellstriders and are somehow losing, of course. Figures, right? They're grinding out a decent amount of value, though. Valkia, I'm trying to keep alive. She's just struggling so badly. She gets a little bit of a hit in against Azazel here. And he does pull back. We get a good collapse with our Flesh Hounds, crush these Hellstriders. Hellstriders on the other side fighting against my Blood Beasts and my Marauder Horsemen here. Taking a ton of damage. We are kind of able to push them away, but my Horsemen do break. That's the problem with their leadership. It falters pretty badly, and they just end up running for the hills. Valkia still struggling, just can't hit at all against this guy. So I'm going to land on the ground, and I'm trying to pull Azazel to the earth here. The goal is to try and surround him with the Flesh Hounds and lock him in place so he can't escape, and then potentially kill him. Skull Crushers, they don't have many models left. They got a little bit of HP, and they're trying to hold off the Forsaken so they can't get in and support Azazel here, who is very surrounded. Doesn't have a lot of mass. You know, way more than Valkia. Valkia's only got, what, 1,100? And Azazel's got 2,000, which is a little unfortunate for me. He's trying to squeeze between my Hounds, who've got 450. He's kind of pushing out here. The Forsaken do end up pushing through. I really need the Skull Cannons to get in here and help out. They've got good value, but they've got a long way to go before they can really start to take the game over. And my opponent's narrowing the difference here. And Azazel does get back up in the air. Little too quickly for my Blood Beast, so I tried to send over to catch him. And rear charge the Hellstriders against my Marauders here. Unfortunate for me, I do have some Flesh Hounds hot on their tail. Marauder Horsemen over here trying to do their best to close the gap. Bloodletters coming out of the spawn there. The Horsemen are very healthy for Adam, and I don't really have anything to handle them. They're just going to get all their ammo out. And I can't really stop that. I lost my own Horsemen a long time ago, which is pretty unfortunate. I really needed them. Not having them available is kind of holding me back right now. Excuse me. We're attacking the Trolls over there. We got a win on the number 3, but we're a little thin on the ground here. Armored Trolls moving up. I tried to send my Flesh Hounds in to just box them out here. I got some Furies on the way in to try and rear charge these guys and break their leadership. And Valkia is doing her best to escape here. She just is not going to be able to. She can't escape Azazel. Azazel just wins that combat so handily, man. And I'm about to lose her, and that's going to be the start of my big problems. Because we're still scrapping evenly, and we've got some pretty good engagements handling these armored trolls here. Crushed the middle fight pretty nicely. We do get a pretty good engagement here, but the trolls, they are going to stabilize here pretty quickly. We got hounds coming in. And they're going to rear charge my furies and really start to crumble them. I really wasn't using my army abilities very well. I drop a Sword of Corn and it completely whiffs on the horsemen. I really needed to be using it in the actual fights here on the points to give the melee attack buff, which would have been way better for me. Not doing that, I think, really hampered my success. Trolls, they do get broken. They've got 500 value, though, and only lost one model. They'll rally pretty quickly here. We do break this other troll unit, but Adam throwing in the throwing axe is doing a pretty good job of stuffing me. Doing a decent amount of, you know, like holding. Well, we do kill this horseman unit. Don't really have the means to chase this troll down, though. And they're just going to pull back and start regenerating again, which is really rough for me. Not something that I can really afford. Azazel's just using Acquiescence. Pavane is banned. Adam, you know, forgot that he brought it. Is just using Acquiescence, though. Hasn't used the Pavane at all. And a lot of units just force pathing threw me up onto the middle, man. The Fleshhounds doing their best with the Blood Beasts to stop the momentum here. Not quite making it happen. These Blood Beasts didn't quite pay for themselves either. Thinking that maybe I should have brought some Minotaurs. And we do have these Skull Cannons taking the point over here. They've gotten pretty solid value. About 1,000 apiece. We did lose the side objective. We do have a deficit on the tickets as well, which is pretty rough. Hellstriders moving around onto the edge of the number 2, capping it away from me. Bloodletters scrapping it out, man, doing their best to try and win this game for me. And the Blood Beasts move to try and kill Azazel. We're kind of moving in with the intention of finishing him off as best I can. They do get... Oh, they really got missed by that Horn of Corn, though? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. That would be part of the reason why they're not actually hitting him, then. Because he's got pretty good melee defense. He's gonna squeak away from here. I've got this Blood Beast folding into the Marauders, doing a pretty good job of killing them. We're barely holding on to this point. Fleshhounds fighting against the Hellstriders. Fleshhounds and Hellstriders trade relatively evenly. Fleshhounds have better weapon strength. And about the same charge bonus, and they've got Phys Res, which is much better than the physical resistance of the Hellstriders. So they are trying to pull out here. Bloodletters just getting hounded to their doom by all these horsemen, man. Not a lot I can do to help those guys out over there. I don't have the summons for it currently. Hellstriders capping this objective, nothing to hold there. Trolls really close to going down, and these Fleshhounds do get in on the flank. Really nice rear charge there. Bloodletters have been holding pretty well for me. Got a long way to go, and the leadership of my army is just kind of mediocre since my Lord died. The Lord dead penalty is worn off, which is nice, but you can see here, getting attacked in the flank, Fleshhounds start crumbling out, and that's just it for them. They're so squishy on the leadership front. Didn't quite have enough to control the mobility game. And that's really losing me this one right now. The Skull Cannons have been great up to this point. They're falling off a little. And I think maybe like I said, maybe the Blood Beasts weren't the call. I think Minotaurs would have been a little bit more reliable for me. And kept me a little bit closer because we just... I can't capture and hold points. We're holding the middle right now by the skin of our frickin' teeth. And Adam still has a bunch of kind of tattered horsemen that he can use to really, like, harass me. Blood Beasts get out on the flank and just pummel this throwing axe horseman really nicely, but we do lose our Bloodletters here. They didn't get great value. The Marauders are going to be holding for a while, but I'm not sure if they're just not good enough, man. And Hellstriders do charge down my dual weapon warriors. Do a lot of damage. Fleshhounds come in trying to close the gap on them, shut them down. I do get a little damage on them, but these things being so fast, they are kind of avoiding the worst of the damage, and now they're going to turn around and start getting those anti-large attacks in, which is going to be really frustrating. We got some Marauders moving into combat. These dual-weapon Marauders also moving forward, trying to get some attacks in, but Azazel has Terror. So he's going to move over here, and he's just going to terrify these guys in a minute here, which is going to be really brutal. Fleshhound's chasing the Hellstriders off, which is really nice, and the Skull Cannon's moving over to try and flip the cap there. Trying to hold in place, bringing another Marauder up to try and keep it occupied. Skull Cannons, though, boxed out by all these regenerating trolls, dude. Just not able to hold it here. Probably should have saved up for some mobility to break through here. But I'm going to try and kite back to the middle. And I was thinking maybe I'll be able to grind it out over here. I've still got the Fleshhounds. They're doing reasonable damage to the Marauders over here. And the dual weapons doing what they do. Just trying to make it happen, but Adam's just throwing numbers out on the field that I just can't quite equal. We got some throwing axes moving in. Skull Cannon's turning around to fight here. Really close to breaking the trolls for the last time. A lot of these guys very close to shattering off. These Blood Beasts doing really nicely. They've got about 900 value. A lot left to give. Marauders holding pretty well. Leadership is just so finicky, man. Lots of fear that my opponent is getting a lot of use out of, man. And you can see the damage sustained, losing currently, attacked in flank. I don't know how we're losing currently when we're literally winning here. Another very frustrating little issue that I've been running into. Skull Cannons looking to chase the throwing axes. I should have just put them on fire at will. They had so much ammo. And I get a fat volley thrown into the face of this one. Takes a bunch of damage, which is really rough. Using the Horsemen to try and control the middle, but we do get the terror routes go off over here. My units just completely fall apart, and nothing good is happening for me over there anymore. Try to move to the side objective now. With the Fleshhounds, we're still behind on value. Behind on tickets, and it's so freaking close, man. Just desperately trying to get these points. Fleshhound's very tattered off on that side. Really not going to be very impactful. I'm trying to hold on to the middle as best I can. Moving Skull Cannons around. We've got the Horsemen looking to dive into combat. My Horseman micro was not great in the early game, which I think was really hampering me. I probably could have cut them and just brought some Armored Warriors and done a little bit better with my build. We are trying to escape from these Hellstriders. It's going to be too little too late, though. I mean, they're too deep in, and Hellstriders, too quick, 100 speed. They poison, and then you can't get away from them. We barely squeak out of there, thanks to Adam blinking a little bit and running off. Fleshhounds, they've been okay. They've gotten some solid value, but a little unimpressed by them overall. I just don't know what's happened to them. They just seem to be a little bit lackluster nowadays. Sword of Corn coming in. Big damage on the Marauders. These Marauders going to be looking to move up. Bloodletters going for the back point. Desperate last gasp attempt here. I probably should have moved some of these Marauders off this point. They've just been holding there. It's been taking way too long for that combat to resolve. Horsemen looking to charge down the Hellstriders, the Fleshies giving the last gasp here, while the Marauders are looking to box them off. They're not quite on the point. One Skull Cannon dies, but the other one is still alive and fighting trolls. It's got flaming and magic attacks, so it is actually able to hit trolls semi-reliably. Not amazing odds, but, you know, respectable enough that it's worth it. Another Horseman coming in here. Getting in on the flank of the Hellstriders, looking to break them. They do have Soul Hunters charged up a little bit, but I just run out of time. I might have been able to do it with just like another minute or two, but not to be, and our next opponent is up. So that's what happened to that game. I'm pretty sure that the stream crashed, and y'all missed it. Skull Crusher Micro needed to be a little bit better. Horseman Micro needed to be way better. And the Skull Cannons I used pretty well, but I think I could have done a better job with. And then Valkia into this matchup. She just loses to Azazel so hard, and you can't afford that, man. I probably would just bring Skull Taker instead. Just cut most of his abilities. roll around with him instead. And let's go join our round 2 game. We'll try and scrap our way back in this. Okay, so we got Norska. We got Norska versus Lizards. Okay. Honestly, not a bad matchup for the Lizards at all. There's definitely some things Norska can do to really pull you apart, which can be kind of ugly, but you got some pretty strong characters for this matchup. So, while we're prepping, move that over here. There you go. Enjoy. Y'all can see the current win rates and whatnot. Alright. So yeah, these are going to be good. We'll get another one of these guys in. And that unit's going to be really expensive. Probably not going to be very summonable. Try these guys out. A couple of them. Anything else that I need here? Maybe not for this matchup. We'll get one of these guys. Lots of those. Maybe we'll do 2 of these. We'll get one more of these guys. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Trying to figure out how to get this build right for myself. So I'm not 100% sure on what I want exactly. Alright, this should be pretty solid. Alright. I'm ready. Let's see what we can get done on Halls of Carrick Doom here. Flip back over. I'll make sure not to exit out of the frickin' stream this time. That was pretty hilarious. Alright, sorry, just answering a question. So, we're done. Now I can get ready. We got Krokgar, because we're going for cool factor. Rule of cool, rather than going super sweaty tryhard mode. See if we can actually make them work, though. We're actually going to put all these guys in group 2. Use one of these guys to take the #1 objective. We're a little thin on infantry. Oh, that's because we've got, like, actual quality stuff available to us. And we do have a Rev Crystal, which is going to be providing us some healing, which I'm hoping is impactful. Should be in theory. We're going to just play the #3 as much as possible and defend the #2 as best we can. We got a decent number of, we've got some Coldwind Spear Riders who will be good. We got Fire Leech Bolas for the fun factor. We're going to try and use those to kill some of the chaff and stuff. We've got, yeah, Fire Sorcerer, not super surprising. We got Skinwolf Werekin, we got Throg, got lots of Javelins, we got Marauders. Honestly, not super scary for me. I think my build's pretty well suited for dealing with my opponent. We've actually got Krokgar, who's got Hand of the Gods, who's gonna snipe this, this bozo, the Shaman Sorcerer of Fire. He's gonna be very vulnerable to those shots. So that's kind of what I'm gearing up for here. I'm gonna use Krokgar as a total bully in this matchup, is the plan here.
Keep it from the foe.
I don't know if my opponent's gonna push over here. We do need to prepare for it as a possibility. Come on. You guys should be opening up. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I need them to actually fire, man. Yeah, good dodge. We'll pull back. We're gonna get an attack in here, and then we're gonna run away with our boy Krokgar before he gets pin cushioned by those javelins. We're gonna pull back. We're gonna pull back. These are javelins here to punish. Krokgar takes a little damage, not too big of a deal. We're gonna drop our Hand of the Gods here. It's gonna do a ton of damage to this guy. Yeah, there we go. Get these guys up. Oh, and we do have back pressure coming in. We got the Fimir rocking in. That's fine. It's not that big of an issue. We've got another Coldwind Spear Rider that we can bring up. We should be able to hold on this back point. Just need the shots to come in. Beautiful Burning Head, though. Oh my god, that was so brutal. This is kind of why we've got the Rev Crystal, though. It'll save these poor little guys pretty nicely. Let's push up into the secondary line. Let's use our javelins to go shoot his. Pull back a little. Krogar is going to move over and try and save our position here. Do have the Beast of Tashnar over here are going to be really annoying. Got a bunch of stuff moving in over there. I don't know what's going on with this unit. They don't seem to want to respond to me, which is a little unfortunate. We're getting some good damage here. Another Burning Head coming down. We're going to try and dodge it. Not really dodging it, unfortunately. Let's get the rear charge. Let's get the bodies in here and just try and scrap as best we can. We'll try and run away a little bit here. We'll get another Feral Cold one in. Oh my god, we just can't do it. What's going on with our forces, man? They just ain't having a very good time right now. The javelins are just pin cushioning me right now. Drop this here. Need to charge in. We need to get these guys away. We need to use a heal here. We're just getting overwhelmed right now, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, our Umbral Tide going down here sucks, dude. That's so bad for us. Kind of holding up on the our home point here, though. That's nice. No. Just keep trying to dodge. Burning Head's really brutal for the lizards, dude. It is so strong. We just are not going to be able to get anything in over here to do any damage, are we? This sucks, man. Oh no. Krogar, don't die, please. Can use this on himself, right? Yeah, okay. Let's just get in there. Okay, we got a terror route. That's awesome. Just get in there. Sally's just fire into this insane morass that's going on over here. We did secure this point. Oh my god, barely. Got a bunch of really beat up units over here. We're somehow alive. Krogar is just getting canned, dude. Are you serious? No, Krogar, don't do it. I'm gonna use this here and try and get him back. We do have our opponent kind of collapsing in here on a bunch of my stuff, so we're going to try and stuff it all back with our Feral Cold ones. Krogar gotta heal. I don't think it's going to be enough to save his bacon, though. You really need the units here. Oh, and we just let our opponent get another absolutely disgusting Burning Head on us and just kill all of our skirmishers, which is amazing. We've been very bad about dodging them. We're super screwed here, I think. Yeah, and Krogar's like on the edge of the map, and I don't have anything I can summon in to save him, I think. just gonna get chased off by that guy. That sucks, dude. Do have some Cold One Riders. They're super spread out though, and they're gonna break when our opponents. Yeah, we're just fucking up tonight. Oh my god, dude. Alright, I gotta go back to the drawing board. I'm playing like ass, dude. Like boiled, steamed ass. It's so unfortunate. This is amazing. Okay. We'll figure it out. Krokgar sucked. Our spears didn't do anything. We let our skirmishers get roasted. And our opponent basically just had like a good, solid, all-around Norska build for us. I needed to count as well, because the Miststalkers are just really annoying. They snuck up on me. They held all game, and they did a ton of damage. And they really let the Norskins just go unga-bunga into my back line. And none of my stuff value traded worth a damn. I just wasn't playing well. So, we're going to have to figure it out, because that was unacceptable. The healing was terrible. Didn't do anything for me. Bastiladon with the solar engine would have been better, I think. It would have been good long-range poke, kept my opponent back. Krokgar was bad. On Grimlock, he just got, you know, into too many bad situations. Hand of the Gods wasn't really able to do enough damage to, like, really weaken my opponent's caster, and then I just got wrecked from there. When I could have gone to Shredder of Lustria, it wouldn't have been a bad choice. Probably would have been better than what I ended up bringing there. You know, this is what it is. You gotta take your lumps where you get them, man. We'll try to scrap back to even. We had a very winnable game 1 that we fumbled away, and this one, I just didn't play well at all, so... You know, sometimes that's how it is. Since that one ended so early, we can go and do a one of the new player replays. So we'll get in here and we'll try and talk it up. So we've got Popflux versus Empire for Hire. The Hells versus Kislev is a pretty fun matchup. I actually think this is a matchup where the High Elves might have a slight advantage. Typically, I would say that's due to Lothern Seaguard, who I don't see a lot of here. Lotherns just outshoot most of the Kislev roster. And they're, you know, a hybrid spear unit. So they can hold up pretty well against Kislevite cavalry charges. They, of course, like I said, they have better range than the Kossar spears. And if you pay money for it, you can bring a silver shielded Lothern Seaguard. Who will just ruin these guys without taking a whole lot of damage in return. We got Teclis. Pared down the options for the magic here. Still going for the Kindle Flame synergy. I mean, it does have the Sisters of Avalorn and Talons of Torquilida to try and really combo it.
Keep it from the foe.
I'm still not 100% sold on it as a strategy. Kindle Flame is usually just better for if you've got Burning Head or Flamestorm or something. If you can keep these guys alive, then it'll be really good. But if, like last time, what we saw with Popflux's build was the backline got hammered down really early and it was very tattered. There wasn't a lot that could be brought in to support these guys in time. And then they had like 20 models left on all of them. And they were just too slow to get value back. And Norska was just able to overwhelm the High Elves. Norska's really good against shooting. As you know, kind of saw that last game. They can really overwhelm you if you're not prepared for them. But Kislev's not nearly as aggressive. So I'm thinking the High Elves will have a little bit of a better time because of that. Opening up on the Kislevite warriors, big damage going down on them. And Kislev's using a lot of ammunition against these spearmen, which is not a very good target. The best thing they could do is try to close the gap with their superior numbers and try and shoot down the Sisters of Avalorn one at a time. If they try and grind against the high elf front line and let these expensive archer units just shoot all game, they're never going to be able to outtrade them. You can see, I mean, look how long it's taken for one spearman to go down here, and the shooting for the high elves ruined that Kislev warrior. I mean, literally killed basically every model. And they're whittling through a silver shielded unit as well really effectively. I'm really liking the focus fire from Popflux here. Fireborn come out as the first summon, finally. Amazing stuff. Gonna be pushing back some Kosophite dervishes. Empire micro-lapsing a little bit, getting caught there. Kislevite warriors grinding into White Lions of Trace. Not a bad fight for the Kislevite warriors. They do reasonably good damage. You can see just disgustingly powerful volleys coming down from those archers, man. Wrecking the Kislevite formation right now. You know, the White Lions are not doing too well, though. They've really struggled in the front line. They've been getting shot up a little bit. They don't really have the numbers or the HP to grind long-term against Kislev. Hagwitch looking to push into the back line. This is not a good position for her to be going for. What the hell is going on? She got hit by Net of Amatok. Oh, she was using a summon, and that pulled her forward. Absolutely baffling. But she does get the summon off. And Towns of Torquilita are very likely to die here. And how long do these things last? Not that long. 70 seconds? 72? So Talons of Torquilita going to die. Everqueen's Court Guard have tanky melee defense. Probably not going to get killed by these. But this is the chance for the archers to close this gap. And the shooting needs to be a little bit better handled from Empire. Just an easy mistake to make. But making sure that your units are staggered or they're in a concave is pretty important for shooting factions. Otherwise, you end up with situations like this. What you've got is, like, this entire unit is not opening up because they're obstructed by the unit right in front of them. Like, some of the models will fire, the ones closer to the back, but, like, the entire first two rows are not going to be shooting. And whatever ammunition is missing for the High Elves is still going to be making contact with the other unit, potentially, since they're so closely packed in together. Fireborn collapsing in here against Armored Kossars. They'll be able to grind those guys down pretty easily. And the Sisters of Avalorn have just been carrying this game so far. 1,000 value and 1,200. But the numbers for Kislev are really starting to push through a little bit over here. I don't think it's going to matter. The High Elves have a bunch of supplies banked up. They'll be able to get stuff in here, but it'd be nice to, you know, avoid any further damage on the Everqueen's Court Guard right now. Drop a regrowth and retreat them out, and utilize the War Lions to hammer down the remaining Kossars. That way you still have these guys in the late game. They got a decent amount of ammo, and they can double as a, you know, melee unit because of their solid stats. They're taking down these Kossars over here. Towns of Torquilita barely surviving is really nice because they're still imbuing that flammable effect, which is just, you know, giving the extra little bit of DPS so that the Sisters of Avalorn can continue to win these fights against the more numerous Kislevite opponents that they're facing here. War Lions get into combat. They're chewing through this Kossar unit right now. Pure Main Company, you know, hanging out around the number one, but, you know, the High Elves are not taking any of these points right now, which is a little risky. I mean, not very good for them, for sure. I mean, they need to start capping the points. They're well within the margin of error for the battle, considering it's not a triple cap situation. They do lose the War Lions here. Kosophite Dervishes pushing into the back line. If you lose all of these guys and you don't get any value from unsummoning them, you might find it pretty difficult to hold on to these points because Kislev's just pouring numbers out onto the field. Patriarch's been dropping Soliacs. There's a Boyar here. We got some more Kossars moving up. Not a lot of shooting. Going to be up to Rangers to kind of grind this one out with the assistance of the Pure Main Company and the War Lions, which shouldn't be too big of an issue. That should be doable for all these guys. Kislev, I mean, the High Elves are just so bad in melee combat is their biggest problem. And the Fireborn kind of getting whittled down over here, just grinding into a melee fight that they're not doing too hot in. They just keep getting stuffed back by all of these Kislevite like cavalry and then the armored Kossars. You've got these guys just peppering them with arrows the whole time. So Kislev going to hold on to their home point. Losing the number 1. Kossovite Dervishes getting in here, trying to scrap back a little bit. Kislevite warriors fighting against this very, very thick and juicy High Elf unit. Pure Main Company are one of the few reliable melee units that the High Elves have access to. Kossars poking away at the Rangers. Rangers do have physical resistance, so they're not taking the worst of all of this shooting. But this, I guess, fighting and getting in on the rear of the Kossovite Dervishes isn't a bad idea. And there are the Kislevite warriors here. You get a good Flock of Doom from Teclis here. He's got about 600 value. He got a really good net off earlier, which was super clutch. We got Illyrian Reavers, more War Lions, a Spearman to hold the back point. Everqueen's Court Guard, very tattered. Same with the Talons, but they do rally in. They can get a little bit more shooting done. The last Pop Flux game, this is about what the Everqueen's Court Guard and Talons of Torquilita looked like for the entire game. This time he did a much better job of keeping his missile line alive. Granted, there wasn't the same access to magic from his opponent, which is really benefiting him. It's probably the biggest reason that they're doing so good here. War Lions of Trace and Illyrian Reavers looking to stuff any infantry back. And just trying to hang on to this number 1 objective. Dragon Prince is coming out. Going to be very good for hammering these Kossars down. And the Sisters of Avalorn looking to get into combat here against the Kossar Spears, which is going to be really nice. Very good call going for the non-spear variant, avoiding the halberds and these dudes who are braced on the point. Engaging them with infantry. Now you can disengage and like get back there and collapse on them at will if you want to. Rangers are in on the flank. Capweight is flipping against the High Elves a little bit right now. These Dragon Princes just completely annihilated this Kossar. And they opt to charge into the rear of the Dervishes and the Halberds here. They need to be careful about sitting in this fight, though. The Halberds will be able to do a little bit of damage in return to them, and they'll start chipping through them pretty quickly, but I think the Buyer Blood, yeah, the Buyer Blood is procced. It'll wear out in about 20 seconds. Dragon Princes can kind of just get out of here. Get ready for another charge elsewhere. And the Kislevite Warriors, they'll start routing here in a moment. And then the Rangers can kind of finish them off. Fire Convocation going down, finishing up this Kossar Spear. Pretty big damage. We get the cool little bounce effect off the wall there. Teclis with 1100 value. I don't know where the other Fiery Convocation got used, but probably got respectable value. Illyrian Reavers charging down Kossars. Armored Kossars, no less. Not the best fight for them. Just a little too much armor and melee defense for them to get through reliably. They are giving time for the Spearmen and the War Lions, though, to grind through the other armored Kossar on this point, though. Halv's looking pretty dominant. They're probably going to be taking this game. A good attempt from Kislev. Their shooting was a little disorganized. Boyars are just not that great of characters. And yellowing your Hagwitch into the backline like that is never going to work. It's almost always going to end in tears. And what does Kislev do here? They probably just want to go for they probably want to go for a bunch of heavy cavalry to really like smack the High Elves around and close the gap early, because High Elf Cavalry is far inferior to the Kislevites Heavy Cav. Griffin Legion are amazing, dude. Not to say that Dragon Princes can't get work done in their own right. They cost a little bit more, and their charge bonus is pretty juicy. But I tend to find that the Griffin Legion's extra stats and their really heavy armor does them pretty well in pretty much every fight that they find themselves in. And in a head-to-head with the Dragon Princes, they'll probably trade out pretty evenly. But Kislev can just bring out way more cavalry. And they've got way cheaper archers as well. So backed up by one another, they should be able to overwhelm the High Elves. They just never got any kind of advantage in the cavalry game. 2,800 on this Griffin Legion is pretty nice. It did come out 2 times. It's really only paying for itself, and just a little bit more. But considering it came out in some pretty rough positions, kudos to them. Krislev's shooting did pretty well. It's really just the Sisters of Avalorn that kind of carry that game for Popflex there. Doing a very good job of focus firing with them in the towns of Torquilita to just like crush through all of the Kossar shooting. Let's get our opponent in here. Let's try and win a game, for God's sakes. It'd be so nice to get a win. So the way that unsummons work is, it's about half the money back for artillery and, like, gun units. If they're at full health and they're out of ammo, I think you get, like, 60% of their funds back. And then it's also tied with, HP. So it just depends on how healthy and how much ammunition a unit has, if ammunition is relevant at all. Give me 1 sec and I'll start building my army. Slick. Vampire counts. Hell yeah, dude. Okay. Well, we're gonna go for our boy here. And we're gonna just, we're gonna outmuscle the undead. Hopefully. We'll see. I've not been playing very well, so it could go, really poorly for me. Alright, no units are banned that are relevant. Just while I'm picking, come check out the win rates. Probably don't want these guys. That looks good. Alright. So we got our infantry corps. Gonna need several of these dudes. Yeah. And then this. One more of you. Some solid chaff clear for the late game, and I think we're set. Alright. I'm ready. Oh my god, the last little bit of gold in every single build is always the most frustrating bit to try and squeeze in. No, I do need these guys. Cut one of them. Just, you know what, screw it. We'll bring these guys, why not? Just see how they do. Oh, and what are the maps? So, Banning Lost Temple of Sotek. Ain't no way I'm playing Eastern Isle against the Vampire Counts. Terracotta Graveyard. Played on this map before? No, I have. I recognize it. It's a fun map. It's pretty straightforward. We should do fine here. Actually do this. Ah, there we go. Now we got the numbers and the punching power. So, good luck, have fun to my opponent. What? What does that mean, brother? I'm so confused. Flip y'all over so I don't forget about it later. Oh, whoops. Alright, so let's get it rolling. We got all our big stuff. We're going super sweaty because I'm sick of losing. Skull Taker's an absolute nightmare if the Vampire counts, and the Bloodwake Berserkers are even worse. This unit is absolutely stupendously overpowered against this one particular faction. Find out how the Undead lost any and all advantage in this one matchup with the introduction of a single unit. You just grind through literally everything. So we're going to grab the number 2, and then we're going to pull back, and we're going to just try and control the 2 and the 1. That's kind of the idea here. Should be doable. We'll send the Bloodwake Berserkers to whichever objective needs the most help. We've got some Exalted Bloodletters, we got another Minotaur, we've got Hounds, and some Furies, another Throwing Horsemen, who are super important in this matchup, if you can keep them alive. it's generally pretty easy to win this matchup. They just do a ton of damage, dude. They kill corpse carts, they kill mortis engines, they crush dire wolves and fell bats. And they can scrap a little bit against some of the other stuff. Not really super advisable. That's where the throwing axes come in, for the most part. Is he ready? Okay. Yeah, Blood Dragon Lord, White Kings. The Blood Dragon Lord, we're gonna have to be careful around. Skulltaker and the Minotaurs are just gonna have to go in together. Because I can't afford to lose my Lord otherwise. We could send something to low ground over here. Is that really what I want to do, though? What's my opponent got? He's got a lot of great swords. Alright, that's a zombie summon. We mostly dodged it. We got a really good volley off there. Oh, baby. That was big damage. Okay, let's actually adjust our tactics here. We're going to hold the number 2 and the number 3. We're going to make our opponent walk all the way there. Not getting the triple cap is fine. Run, guys. I don't know why my units want to walk. Come on, dude. A little urgency here. Need it. We're going to get the Exalted Bloodletters up, actually. They'll be able to grind through most anything that comes out onto the field. I'll need to avoid the Scab Scrates, but that shouldn't be too difficult. Let's get the Marauders and the point like this. Let's hold here. We'll get Skulltaker in here. Let's get our Horsemen moving away from that point. And we'll wait for a minute and just see what our opponent is throwing up. Alright, I don't know why he wants to land on the Bloodwake Berserkers, but we're going to pull back a little bit, and then we're going to try and go in, and we're going to try and get a surround off. Let's start moving our Marauder dual weapons in. Alright, well, he's not going to go for it. I mean, to be fair, greatswords are pretty impactful against some of Khorne's units. They can do some pretty respectable damage. Let's get in there and we'll start grinding through the zombies. The Minotaurs are here to countercharge stuff. Their job is not to go in as the main force, so to speak. It's just not what they're good at. I'm going to watch for breath attacks, which I don't really see coming in right now. So let's pull back and then we'll go in. Let's try and get our boy away. And we'll get another Minotaur coming up. We'll just fight here. Get in. Let's get around the flank and start grinding some of this stuff down. We do get a zombie summon on our Horsemen, which is really annoying. And Cryptors are the target here. Bloodwake Berserkers are doing some pretty good work. Got a bunch of terror routes going down, which is really unfortunate. I don't know what the Minotaurs are up to. They just don't seem bothered by anything. They're doing whatever it is that they think they're doing. Oh, and let's get in here, and we'll go there. Throwing axes can hammer down the great weapons. We got these guys slowly trundling their way in. That's Crypt Ghouls on the back objective there. We're going to win the grind here. We just need Skulltaker to not get sniped here. Those attack animations kind of got him in a risky spot. Pull back a little bit. Get over here. Get over here. Exalted Bloodletters grinding. We're going to cap the number 1. We just need to rally a little bit here. Skulltaker is totally surrounded, which is terrible for him. Let's pull back. Let's cycle charge a little bit. So, the Dire Pack are incoming. What you want to do here is just take the head-up fight. And just try and grind them down. Bring these guys in. We've got the Bloodletters doing really well. Skulltaker is on his last frickin' leg here. Dude, seriously, don't frickin' die. Why is he like this? What is going on with my lords? See, you win the fight against the hounds. Actually. Alright, Skulltaker escaped. Thank God, dude. I was about to say. Always disappointing. Come on, guys. Don't get caught. Just keep fighting here. Let's throw some axes. Throw some axes here. And we'll actually start using our army abilities. These Minotaurs are taking a pounding. The other Minotaurs ain't doing too well on the leadership front. Really need Skulltaker back in there. A bunch of our horsemen are threatening to run away like a bunch of cowards. I don't know why they seem so intent on doing so. They have absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Get out here. We'll go charge these guys down. We're gonna pop the Slayer's Sword and get some debuffs going. Alright, we got a little bit of a lead. Hopefully it's enough. Go stuff these guys. Pull away here. Big throwing axe volleys finally coming in on that Lord for the vampire counts. Y'all gonna kill him? That would be really nice. Then Skulltaker's fine. He doesn't really need to be afraid of much anything other than the Blood Dragon Lord. We're slowly chewing down stuff over here. Do we kill these guys? We need the Exalted Bloodletters in here also. Wow, okay. Can we get Skulltaker out of here now? Doesn't really need to be fighting there anymore. Throw bodies in. Fleshhounds have been great. Now that I've got the mobility advantage, I should be fine for the rest of this match. Still got the Bloodwig Berserkers in here. They've got 1900 value. The Minotaurs, they're trying to hold. They're doing okay. Grinding all this stuff down. Frickin' zombies everywhere, of course. Let's get the Minotaurs charging out of here as well. These guys are going to keep pulling back. Skulltaker can go farm a little bit of value on those guys. And let's unsummon some of these infantry. Because we're going to need to be bringing some stuff up to hold points now. They're kind of out.
Searching for battle.
Alright, just get the Minotaurs to push through. We're going to get unengaged here. We're going to pull back here. Just get everything off of these spears. And we just can't finish these White Kings, dude. They're so freaking annoying. They are and probably always will be one of the more difficult, cheap units for the vampire counts to deal with.
Takers of skulls.
There we go. We got a bunch of army abilities. Mortis Engine's going to the high ground, but that's okay. Let's unsummon all of our dudes who are out of ammo. Which is most of them. Got one guy here who's got a little bit left. Because we're going to need the ammo for the Mortis Engine. If our opponent doesn't give up here, then we're going to need it so that we can actually kill that thing. How'd the Minos do? This one did okay. That one did fine. Bloodwig Berserkers got 2400. Honestly, not even the best performance from them, truth be told. Skulltaker got 17. He's really beat up. 1200 HP is more than enough for him to actually carry a game, though, still. We just need to reinforce the points and wait for a minute. We've got another dual weapon up here. And then we'll start resummoning the horsemen.
Father's warriors. war!
These Marauders are gonna go stuff with these Forsaken. Dual Weapon Warrior's gonna move in.
We bring the
Bloodwick
Bloodstorm.
Berserker's gonna go in too. We're gonna throw.
Move!
Now I can get these guys up. And let's go get that Mortis Engine. Oh, and we got... Whoops. Missed the Dire Pack charging me. That's okay, though. Our Hounds should be able to grind out the victory here. Especially if we pop that. We'll get Relentless Rage on these Minotaurs as well. We'll pop the Slayer Sword.
Is my special ability.
Yeah, it gives Skulltaker an insane amount of melee attack and weapon strength, dude. I mean, 765, and he's got 85 melee attack in his own right. And he debuffs the weapon strength of everything he's fighting. Absolute brutality, man. It's really gross. This matchup, I promise you, back in the day, this is a Vampire Count's favorite matchup. Now it's one of their worst matchups. It's really brutal. And that was not me doing anything special. My opponent played that pretty well. Had me on the back foot at one point. Got a really good catch on Skulltaker. Thank God he's tanky. Or I would have been screwed, so to speak. One Mino got 21, Throwing Horsemen, they all got about 1,000, which is pretty respectable. It's not the most I've ever seen from them in this matchup. But they were really useful for killing the Blood Dragon Lord there at the end. Crypt Horrors, one of them got its value back. That was about it. Crypt Ghouls I've seen people using a lot more of, and they do seem like respectable units nowadays. Still not overly impressed with them, though. Exalted Bloodletters did really well. That was really about it for the infantry phase, other than the Berserkers, but, I mean, 2,800 is not even close to the record from those guys in this matchup. All right, so we're 2-2. Can we get back to even? That's all I ask, for the sake of my own sanity. I'll be back on Lizardmen. I played horribly in my first Lizardmen game. Both of my Khorne games I've done pretty well in. That first one, we just got unlucky. I mean, Valkia versus Azazel is just never a good matchup. I should have just landed her on the ground when I saw Azazel and kept her next to some Blood Beasts, and then she would have been fine. Like, Azazel can't land in that. But I flew her around, I got her in a bad spot, and got punished for it. And then my army just kind of lost a whole bunch of momentum, and that was really painful. Okay, so let me check the bracket real quick. If we've got time, we can do another replay. We ain't make it into the top 4. I don't know if somebody else is going to be casting. But I might go ask people for the replays and then cover them another time. I'm going to try and get the rest of the new player replays done. And then I'll probably be heading out. So we got one more after this, and then 3 replays left to go. Where the hell are they? There they are. Vampire counts. Whew, finally on the frickin' board, dude. It's been a brutal tournament. I'm not the only person struggling out here, though. Oishi has lost 2 games. What? No freaking way. Dang. That is a rare sight. The number 1 player is down here in the pits with me as well. So Maximillionaire and Subutai are undefeated. Attack Speed and Space Pope are 2-1 with the current top 4. Blake and Apostate following really close behind them, though. Wood Elves' win rate's jumping up right now. Check this out. I didn't even notice this until just now. Up here at the in the top 5. It's pretty impressive, all things considered. For a squishy elf faction, that's pretty damn good. I'll tell you part of the reason why that is. It's because Wood Elves actually do have Phys Res on a lot of their units. Not on some of them, but a decent number of them actually got it. And if you really look at a lot of their units, they're really not that much more heavily armored than the High Elves. And one of the things that I've been really harping on is give High Elves some frickin' physical resistance on their units. Like, especially, at the very least, on their melee troops. Like, even their baseline spearmen. You know, because Wood Elf Eternal Guards, they don't have Phys Res, but they've got frickin' AP. Way better melee defense than a standard spearman does. And yeah, spearmen, they do get martial prowess, which is great and all. But it wears out below 25%. And they only have 70 leadership, as opposed to the Wood Elf variant, which has 80 leadership. So there's some really odd balancing choices going on in this game. Like, Eternal Guard are just far and away a superior unit for 50 more gold, too. And I would say Wood Elves have better shooting as well. Got, like, super cheap AP missiles with flaming and magic attacks. They've got frickin' poison magic damage. They're really cheap as well. They don't have shields or anything. I guess that's where they do tend to fall off a little bit. They've also got slightly better cavalry. I'd rather take a Wild Rider over a Silverhelm, even if the Wild Rider is just slightly more expensive. These guys just feel like they hit harder than the High Elf cavalry. Are we in the next round yet? We had one more game. Surely it was almost done though, right? Okay, yeah, it's over. Cool. So, round 4, imminent. Hopefully we get a matchup against something that the lizard men are reasonably good against. Okay, the Demonicus. I don't think I've ever played this person, so it's going to be an interesting experience. Alright, here they are. Oh, whoop. Honestly, wishing I wasn't playing Lizardmen right now. I'm clicking with Korn. The Lizardman matchup earlier in the tournament was so discouraging. But we're going to figure it out. We're going to lock him back in. I'm going to get him back under my belt. I'm going to feel confident. And we're going to walk away with a victory here. It's my solemn guarantee. Favorite faction? Korn and Beastman. Pretty easy. You know, a lot of people don't love playing into Beastmen. They are really strong. But of the top factions, like between them and Slaanesh, who I think are like the number 1 and 2, no question, Beastmen are way more honest and way more doable for a majority of the factions. The Vampire counts are actually above them in win rate now, which is kind of crazy, man. Beastmen just don't really have any bad matchups. Kislev seems to be the only one that they genuinely struggle with. Everything else, they either have a really good, they have a really advantaged win rate in, or they're even. They do have a lot of even matchups, to be fair. Like, here, I'll bring you over and I'll just kind of show you what I'm talking about. So, you've got, like, all of these factions here, I would say, are, like, 50-50s. You know, they'll fluctuate, but they're always going to hover around this level. Norsca included. I think maybe there's a chance that Chaos Dwarves are pretty even as well. But that's a lot of really favorable matchups otherwise. I mean, not a lot of factions are going to get this many favorable matchups. So that's one of the reasons Beastmen are so strong right now. Vampire counts are a little bit more lopsided. They have more unfavorable matchups that they, you know, tend to lose in pretty hard. But they still have a better win rate, which is just kind of crazy to me. It was not something that was on my bingo card for this season. Korn is the other one, obviously. I just love the Blood Gods thematics. Cool faction, cool units, fun shenanigans. Shortly followed up behind them, though, Warriors of Chaos, and then, blah. So, alright, I'll just do my top 5. Korn, Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos, High Elves. I do love me some High Elves. They're just not very strong as a faction right now. And then maybe Kislev? Yeah, I think Kislev. Kislev is the High Elves, but actually good. Like, strictly speaking, they are a far superior faction. Actually think we might, for real. Like, unironically. We bring a Skink Oracle with Earthblood. We just heal all game? Heal bot? Why not? Oh, our opponent's like brand ass new. They've been playing multiplayer for like 2 days apparently. They got 2 freaking wins though, that's crazy. Are they really that new? I believe it. Where the hell are they? What's their name on here? Oh, there they are. So they beat our opponent from last round. They lost to Space Pope. Where are they? Oh, and they beat Abdel, so they beat the person who got us in the second round. So they're pretty good. Alright, I'm gonna have to be ready, dude. We'll see how the little guy does. I actually think he just gets bullied by Cetra, though. Dude, are Lizardmen even good against the Tomb Kings? This is gonna be so sketchy. What does Nakai do? You know, Nakai does have perfect vigor. He's got primal roar. You gonna play a Nakai game? Hell yeah, why not? Oh, maybe we can't afford to do that. Oh my god, dude. Oh, we're gonna be indecisive as hell again. I think so. We'll heal bot with our, Skink Oracle. And he does have a ranged attack, which is pretty good against large targets. So we'll try and poke Cetra. And bring Wind Blast as well for clearing out chaff, maybe. Or Flock of Doom. For the Cav? I don't know, man. We'll just throw it to the... We'll throw caution to the wind and we'll get in here and try and grind it out. We don't really need the javelins this game. I'm gonna bring a shit ton of chameleons. Umbral Tide in reserve this time. And Solar Engine it up. Yeah, buddy. We'll double Solar Engine it up, in fact. Just stick a Chevron on all these dudes. I mean, Tomb Kings just aren't a super aggressive faction, so I think this could work out for me. Probably just 2 Feral Cold ones. I don't think I need more than that. Get the Spears in reserve. Chameleon Stalker's gonna be any good here. I don't think so. I'll try one just to see how it works. Oh, for artillery it'll be nice. We'll avoid Fire Leech Bullies. They were disappointing as hell last time. Could do Razor Dawn. Let's try one of them. And then just more beefy infantry. Kind of like it. Maybe the Razor Dawns, though, not a good idea. Temple Guard would be very memes. Oh, okay, we'll stick to our guns. Oh, and we gotta do our bands. Since he's new, I'll just let him pick the map. He's not going to know the picks and bans. I don't want to really just run him around in a circle. It doesn't help. Something without too many trees. I mean, we could do Bloodgrove or Dust Bowl then. Like, Dust Bowl's really funky. Let's do this one. Let's do Dust Bowl. Cool. Alright, we're gonna have to defend our solar engines, so we're just gonna be spamming out spear riders early. We'll throw the source spears up after that. On the Umbral Tide, if we lose out on any shooting at any point. That's the game plan. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, very thematic, all things considered. Alright, let's see if we can not mess this one up. Good lord, look at this map. What the hell? We are going to go for a pretty basic opener. We'll leave one skink to grab this number 3. These guys are going to be in group 3, but we're going to put them in a locked group so that they actually stay spaced out. And the Skink Oracle is just gonna, you know, run around, poke, and then we'll cast Wind Blast on any chaff that we need help clearing out, which probably isn't gonna be that much. Earthblood is gonna save our Bastillodons from any shooting, and also big scary stuff that tries to come and bash them over the head. See if we can not fumble our kite build. I'm just not good at kite. I don't know what it is. playing Beastmen and Khorne so much has just rotted my brain out. So I see shooting units, I'm like, oh, they must be good at melee combat too, right? Okay, so we got Arkin. We got a lot of great bows. Let's actually rotate over this way. So we can get a little ambush off and nail these skeleton horsemen. Spear riders, probably not. Let's just use our Bastiladons to open up here, and let's try and get away. We can even shoot Arkin. Arkin's actually, I mean, Arkin is a good character, and he's reasonably tanky with 90 armor, but he can definitely suffer pretty badly if you just poke him away. Oh, we just wasted a shot. I mean, it's on Tomb Guard, not the biggest waste of time. We'll just keep hitting the Ushabti there, and we need to keep an eye out for healing our stuff. Yeah, Oxyotl is just poking away at our boy back here. We're gonna use the golden blow dart. See what kind of damage we can get done. It's a really good Spirit Leech. Send some stuff in. We'll get our Cav out now. We'll roadblock a little bit. So we're taking a lot of damage. We're doing a decent job of poking away. And let's shoot Arkin here. Let's get up into the melee fight now. Oh, there's sepulchral stalkers here. Okay. Let's back up. Can we shoot these guys? Not really. These guys need to spread out. We don't have any chaff clear, really, which is not great. And we're kind of getting pushed down now. Let's get the Umbral Tide in. Yeah, we're getting some pretty good focus fire on these sepulchral stalkers, though. My opponent is not really targeting super well with them either, which is pretty nice. Let's get a cast of Wind Blast going here, just to clear out some of these guys. We missed our charge over here, which is just big bonehead plays. Just keep poking. If we kill the Eyes of the Desert, we should be relatively fine. Let's get our Saurus up. I'm not really outvaluing the Tomb Kings right now. I don't know if that really is going to matter, though, because we're still doing some pretty respectable damage. Let's get out of range of those guys. Let our Skinks do some damage. We got the Carrion on their way in. Just need to get up here. We need to fight. We need to get our frickin' dudes back. Collapse on these dudes. What are these? Tomb Guard? So many Tomb Guard now. It's actually kind of scary. Not a lot that I can do against them. Let's try and kill Arkin. Let's try and get Oxyotl out of here also. And let's focus fire our Bastiladons here. Wow, the Carrion still got the Umbral Tide. Oh my god, dude. Seriously? Rip. We're fumbling the micro because we're bad at the game. The tanky infantry are really doing me in right now. The Umbral Tide seriously just rat off the map, dude. You have got to be joking. Amazing. Let's try and kill Arkin. Let's rally up and try and get some heals going or something. I don't even know what to do now. Now, the Carrion have basically crumbled out. Now we can turn around and fight. That is the summon. That'll dissipate soon. Alright, let's get the heal. Frickin' Saurus Spears, dude. Not hanging in at all. Very painful. What the hell do we send in here? Oh my god. We've almost survived the fury of the Ushabti Great Bows. Surely they're going to run out of ammo in a minute, and then we can actually do something. We'll be able to outmuscle the points, right? Come on, man. We have to be able to. Let's try and get our dudes around the flanks here. You know, it would help if I could just not play like a total forehead and do something correctly here. Got more stuff just running off the map here, man. I mean, nothing wants to stick around. Like, I know y'all have taken a shit ton of damage, but seriously, like, please, for the love of all that is holy, can't you just have some gumption and stick around for a minute? Alright, the heals are coming in big numbers. You've never seen this much healing before. Nobody has. Bigger heals than anything in history. Just YOLO in there. Oh my frickin' dudes. Just died and ran away. And we're like out of ammo. Our Skink Oracle wants to run away because he's a giant baby. Come on, man. Seriously, this frickin' Screaming Skull Catapult. This is just constantly routing all my stuff. Alright, we actually got a nice charge in there. We're gonna keep throwing up Saurus. We're gonna kill the Eyes of the Desert again. We're gonna kill Arkin here. Final chance, Arkin. You've got to be kidding me, dude. Skink Oracle, terrible. Alright, we'll never bring in that unit again. We'll keep these guys in. I swear I need my Spear Riders to get out of here. Is he gonna crumble? He's so freaking low. Oh, and let's go grab this point. Come on, get out of there. Please. Gotta be kidding. Leadership just constantly faltering for my forces. I'll just charge in there because, I mean, we don't have anything better to do. Those are Nahakar warriors. Our Bastillodons are going to be really annoying to kill and finish. Let's get these skink cohorts out of here. Oh my god, we got a freaking horde of garbage coming in to try and kill these poor chameleons. I should have known that was incoming. This is my own fault. We did cap it, at least. I'm actually kind of surprised. Whatever. We're just going to have to sit here and just eat it. There's not a lot I can do about it right now. Let's go get this point. We can't get stuffed off, though. Whatever, dude. I don't know why my units are just, like, beelining directly into the enemy without any frickin' critical thought. No, don't run away, you cowards! Absolute babies. Oxyotl got okay value. Another Saurus Spearo. I'm gonna dive that freaking catapult because it's irritated me beyond belief. It's like half the reason my entire army is constantly on the run, man. Alright, and we're just gonna swarm the field with cap weight now. And surely we're gonna outmuscle the Tomb Kings at this point. This is where they're absolute dog at anything in the game. They just do not hold well at all. Alright, we finally shut this stupid thing down. So let's go outmuscle the middle. Let's get these Spear Riders over here. Let's get these guys unsummoned. Let's get these skinks up here. This is not a good build against the Tomb Kings. Methinks it's in fact terrible. Just based on the way things have gone. Do we there's no way we summon that guy back in. What is he even gonna do, right? Y'all are gonna go terrorize these guys. We're gonna get another Spear Rider out. Criminy Gemsmas, guys. The solar engines have been really, really nice. They have done so much work for me. See if we can get him away. Oxyotls just needs to sit back here and not get killed. These dudes are gonna unplug here. Somehow these skeleton spears are hanging in. What do we need? Cap weight? Some punching power? Alright, there's a new Shopti Greatbow coming out. Got a little bit more ammunition here. We're gonna have to use it on these guys. Go in there. Get the spears up. Still haven't capped the middle. So we need cap weight then. We're just gonna do a big fat wave of skinks. Bring them down. We got the skinks on the point here. Somehow we're still not flipping it here despite it being all garbage. I'm gonna rally over to the middle. My opponent's got to hold for a long time is the thing, right? These guys are out of ammo, so they're gonna go grind on the middle. We are gonna send everything here to outmuscle this, and Oxyotl is just trying not to die. We're gonna stuff, we're gonna attack. We got all the cap weight in the world here now. We're gonna actually keep those guys there. We'll bring out the Pakopok cohort in a second. Tomb Kings have got to be the most annoying faction in the game, dude. I mean, my goodness. Skeletons defy any attempts at killing them. Well, the Spear Riders are just... they can't get out of there. They just have to fight. And stuff back all that aggression. My opponent's coming for the side cap, so we'll rotate some stuff over. These guys are gonna chill here with these dudes. Million skinks get up here. We're a little slow responding to this. Tomb Kings just threw a ton of stuff at me. We should be able to get over here in time, though. I mean, they've got such bad cap weight. I don't think they're going to be able to stop this. Skeleton Warriors. We're still scrapping over here. These guys are holding forever, which is super awesome. That's really bad for me, but it's honestly good because it's pulling those guys off of the point. Never have I been winning by losing so well. No, you'll stay there. Get the rear charge, crumble all this stuff out. The Shanti Great Bows just got a million value on me. I'm gonna use the Bastillodons. They're gonna go run in here, try and crumble this stuff out. We'll push up another spear onto the number 3 over there. In fact, we're gonna just go ahead and send it, even if we pay a small premium. It's gonna be very worth it. One Bastillodon down. It's okay. Just gonna get up in here, try and attack this Ushapti. I mean, our healing did give us a lot of value. I mean, we were giving the Bastillodons tons and tons of heals. The Skink Oracle also got a bunch. It's definitely some stuff that could have gone a little bit better for us. We'll just stuff off, I guess. One of those is a Tomb Guard, so you might as well. Get a rear charge. We're just gonna go ham for the back line. These guys gotta get unsummoned. And now we can unsummon the spear. These chameleons are gonna chill there. Alright, whatever. We're gonna get surrounded here. Keep throwing bodies in. Classic Tomb Kings. They've up trade. They do really well in the value trade game, and they still lose. Because their cap weight is just the most abysmal nonsense you've ever seen in your life. They might not count as braced for the purposes of this charge. We'll send over a feral. I think they did, actually. They're wrecking that Skeleton Horseman.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
We'll save it. I need to take some freaking notes on that one. We're really lucky to be walking away with a win. Arkin was cool. He did alright. We did grind down most of his front line okay, but Jesus, dude, did he get a lot of value from his shooting. My god. Killing the Eyes of the Desert twice was pretty huge. That was where we actually got a bunch of value. The Skink Oracle is so bad, dude. Not a good unit. Probably not bringing it again. Definitely not against Tomb Kings. That was a big mistake. Saurus Spears are pretty solid. Maybe just go for a Burning Headcast or something to try and clear out the bulk. And then you can get into the back line. Oxyotl, I was a little afraid of what happened to him happening. He got his value back, but he's just really squishy. I get the feeling that that matchup is one where he's theoretically good, and in practicality kind of terrible. Maybe if you give him Master Predator, he's a little bit better. Okay, so you just turn this on, and he gets the extra range, which is really good. Loses some speed and charge speed. I mean, it's not like he's got charge. It's not like he's very quick to begin with. Puts him down to 48. He gets unspottable and snipe, which I think is way better. So actually, I do think you need this. Because then Arkin cannot target him. And then maybe you just play a little farther back with the Oracle. So the Oracle was just getting canned by the shooting. It was so brutal. Maybe you do Stegodons. With the Ballistas. They could be pretty strong. And they'll be really good for clearing out chaff also. Huh. I don't have any healing for them though. Against Tomb Kings, I don't know how that works. Lord Croak would be a hilarious flex. I mean, I don't think that would ever work. You know, another time in another place, in another life, I guess. Alright, so we got Lizards versus the Bony Boys. The hell are they? There they are. 2-2 and way outside of the top 4. Oh my god. Rip. That's okay. Can't win them all. Big sad. With a little bit better play in our first game, I think we can easily win that one if I don't lose Valkia. And from there, I would not be super surprised if we got some good tiebreakers. Going 3-1 is usually enough to get you into the top 4. I've missed it a bunch with that many losses, but winning your first game is really important in these tournaments, man. Swiss tournaments, you cannot lose your first game. 9 times out of 10, if you lose your first game, you're gonna have a really hard time making it into the top 4. Just because of the way that the bracket sorts out the games. Because if you lose in the first round, you get matched with somebody who lost in the first round. So you immediately are like losing out on points for tiebreakers. If you win in the first round, next round, your opponent's already got a Swiss point, and you can kind of just build momentum from there. We'll get into the new player tournament replays. We got 3 more. Got some Dowie versus Kislev. This matchup, I think, is deceptively hard for the Dwarves. I think that Kislev's got all the goods they need to be able to beat the Dowie on a regular basis. One thing that I'm not seeing here, though, is Streltsy. I think that's a big mistake. Streltsy are amazing against the Dwarves. They're good against everything. I mean, they're reasonably strong in melee combat. You know, they're not great at firing into Dwarf Warriors, but you can use them actually fairly aggressively in the early game if your opponent brings a big minor Vanguard line, kind of like what Lazuka brought here. You can use Streltsy to actually push forward and get massive damage in on the miners by poking them from long range. And we've got the Druzhina here, who's kind of cool. All of the abilities. Okay, so this is a big new player, what's the word, pitfall. Know what items and abilities you want on your lords and what is really not all that strong. So Druzhina cut Heroic Killing Blow, cut Tall's Judgment. Tall's Judgment's alright. It's like a weaker Arrow of Kurnus. This isn't a very good matchup for it, though. Even if you can get close enough to the bolt throwers to fire it, you're not really going to want to because it's a 200-meter range. These things have 340 and they do big damage to your Druzhina on the way in. Not worth it at all. You're only going to kill like one bolt thrower to begin with. So get rid of that. Blessed Helm of the Oblast can be good. It's a pretty finicky item to use, though. If it had a bigger effect range, I would say go for it, but 35 meters just isn't good enough. It's not cutting it. Cursed Frontier you can get rid of. Just bring Restock more often than not, and then Helm if you have like a nice centerpiece unit that you really want to sit with, and, you know, mitigate a bunch of damage that might be incoming towards it. I also, you know, the Hag Witch can be strong running over Dowie units, but I generally advise people just to bring the Tempest Ice Witch with Blizzard, because that does a ridiculous amount of damage, even to the Dowie. It is one of the strongest spells in the game. I cannot recommend it enough. Druzhina's scouting the forest a little bit, so Empire for Hire knows that the miners are in here now, because, yeah, one of them got spotted. Moving over... This is the wrong unit to move over, though. So, if you see miners in the forests, you want to send an armored infantry over, or you want to just send a cavalry unit. Right? So, the miners, if they want to come out of the woods, if you've got a Griffin Legion sitting here, what are they going to do? Like, they can throw their blasting charges onto the Griffin Legion. It's not going to do any damage, though. It's going to be very inefficient. And the Griffin Legion will easily sweep up 3 miners. Even though these guys have AP attacks in melee combat, they have very weak melee attack. They are not going to be hitting very consistently. So, Kislev opening up. I do love the Little Grom. Little Grom is really good against the Dowie. Good in almost every matchup in general. Especially with the Druzhina, who can give it more ammo if it runs out at any point. You know, Little Grom does fire faster than most artillery pieces, so that does actually happen a fair amount. But you can also use Restock on your Kossars of any variety. Streltsy as well are another really good target for it. The Druzhina just poking away. Doesn't have a ton of value. Is looking to fire at the Iron Drakes. And yeah, the Ballistas here doing some pretty big damage to him. He needs to be very careful. He's not very tanky. This guy is really strong in melee combat. It's just the HP that leaves him a little bit weak. That was Tall's Judgment that you just saw. It took a couple of Iron Drakes out. Also hit some Dwarf Warriors. Nothing serious, though. Not that big of an issue for the Dowie. And yeah, the Kossars and the Dwarf Warriors going to be colliding here in a moment. One Kossar going down here. Another losing out here. Lots of miners looking to flank now. We do have a big reinforcement summon of the Things in the Woods who can be really solid here. I don't typically bring that many of them, but a couple ain't bad. And Lazuka really needs to start summoning some stuff in. I mean, 3,800 is a little too much to be floating. I am a firm believer that it's not a bad idea to bank up some supplies. Not if you're going to do this, though. I mean, you don't want to summon just, like, a horde of stuff out in one spot. And I don't know what's going on in these trees. This needs to stop, though. These guys need to be coming up here and blasting charge. They need to blasting charge these Kislevite warriors. It's a perfect target for them. They would absolutely annihilate these guys. Lazuka, though, with a value lead right now. I'm not really sure where that's coming from, because, truthfully, it looks fairly even. The Things in the Woods need to get through these miners, though, pretty quickly. And the Dwarf Warriors are kind of grinding through all the Kossars now. That is one area of the battlefield where Kislev's really struggling. They have lost the middle objective. Their infantry are spread very thin now. God, that's such a beautiful sound effect. Iron Drake completely shut down here by Little Grom. Doesn't have a ton of value, but of course we'll be able to rack up plenty later in the game. Could maybe stand to try and pound the Dowie Warriors up here. So there's two of them overlapping. If you get Little Grom, like, over here, it's a long way to go. Little Grom is pretty slow, so just leaving him there. Pound the other Iron Drake at the least, though. And that way you can finish that thing off. Maybe you can outmuscle the Dowie on this point. Kislev's just playing too honestly into the Dwarves, and they don't have the right units out on the field right now. You can bring Kossars in this matchup, but I typically would not recommend more than 3. They're too lightly armored. Their bows are also not super powerful. They've got a little bit of AP. And it's just not typically going to be enough for you. Also, don't see any Zargard Great Weapons. I'm seeing too many Kislevite Warriors. Kislevite Warriors are a terrible idea in this matchup. They just get annihilated by Dowie missiles and blasting charges. Things in the Woods pushing through. Maybe this is where the Dowie start to grind back some value. I mean, they gotta get it somewhere, man. They're losing so badly on the number 3. Zargard Great Weapons finally making their way out onto the field. It would have been really nice to have one in the early game. Either to anchor a point, or to, you know, just have some durable infantry to, like, grind out some value, man. Little Grom whiffs. Very sad. Come on, man. You gotta hit that shot. Jujina needs some help here. He's really struggling. He's not got a lot of value. Dowie looking pretty dominant right now. They're just still wearing out all of the infantry without too many issues. Things in the Woods do break one of the Thunderers, but then run into Slayers who are just going to absolutely annihilate them. This is generally why I try to limit the number of them in this matchup. They tend to do pretty well against anything other than Slayers, but they're also pretty squishy on the armor front, so mass bow fire of any kind, or even just Rangers, you know, or Thunderers, can do some pretty significant damage to them. The unit that I would highly recommend bringing for your mobility in this matchup is, you know, like a couple Kossovite Dervishes and a Winged Lancer. And then you can have one thing in the woods to, like, you know, get some rear charges onto Dwarf Warriors to, like, break them. Because they do have good damage. They're reasonably strong on the melee attack front with their bonus versus infantry against the Dwarves. They are hounding out this Thunderer right now. They're losing a little momentum. But a beautiful set of blasting charges in there, man. Nailing those poor Kislevite Warriors. The Zargard also taking some serious damage. Just don't bring them. That's the biggest mistake that Empire for Hire has made in this particular match. And Lazuka's just got a ton of supplies. He's bringing out another massive wave of Dowie. It's working for now, but generally, like I said, pretty inadvisable. You don't want to, like, spam out your summons without thinking about it ahead of time a little bit. But this cap on the middle from Kislev was totally avoidable, and this is a disaster for the Dwarves. The reason that you can't allow your opponent to cap points and why you need stuff to hang on to these positions as the Dowie is because you are so awful at recontesting objectives. Dowie are terrible at pushing with their infantry. Even though there's a bunch of Giant Slayer, or there's a Giant Slayer and a bunch of Slayers incoming. Kislev does have some Zargard here. Got another great weapon. They need to reroute these guys. Trying to grind down this Dowie general is a waste of time. Little Grom is opening up still, getting some damage in. I don't know why there's a Frostworm in this build. There's some interesting choices for sure. I mean, yeah, it's cool to play around with the Frostworms, and they're very meta, but definitely not in this matchup. This is a matchup for some of the more niche picks for the Kislevites armies. I'm seeing a lot of the typically strong stuff, but not very well tuned for the dwarves. I mean, we did at least get some Zargard Great Weapons. That was a really good call. And the Lord does get ground out by the Zargard here. This Zargard fighting some Slayers, not slowing the cap down enough. Kislev's just gassed on the supplies, dude. And Lazuka, I mean, may have fumbled the bag, letting his opponent cap this point, when he could have just, you know, thrown up some trashy infantry to help hold this while still bringing out the Slayers and the Giant Slayers. But it shouldn't be too bad. I mean, there's a big lead for the Dwarves right now. The Dowie have killed the Druzhina, or at least he ran off the map. He was getting pummeled over here by the last of the bolt thrower ammo. These bolt throwers were super impactful, man. That's one of the reasons, though, that you need to be working with your cavalry on some kind of flank. Like, what the Kislevite forces could have done here, they could have used some of their infantry, some of their armored Kossars to push into the woods here, root out the miners, and then used the Kossovite dervishes to flank through the woods here, right up onto the back of these bolt throwers. Because the Dowie are going to have to protect these. You can force them to allocate, like, maybe upwards of, like, 1,300 gold to try and protect these artillery pieces. And if you can't get in, then you can always, like, loop around and try and just force micro out of your opponent until they make a mistake. And you got the woods to play in, and the bolt throwers, if they have to reposition, that's time they're not shooting. And then your frontline fight's a little bit easier. These things kind of just allowed to fire all game, and you're bringing a lot of targets in that they're very effective against, like this Frostworm. Frostworms, like I said, good unit in a lot of matchups for Kislev. Definitely not very good in this one. There's way too many, like, Giant Slayers, too much shooting in general, and it's an anti-large monster. There's no anti-large targets for it to come into contact with and grind value out against. Little Grom is obstructed, not getting any shots off, unfortunately. If this is ever happening, like your artillery piece just won't shoot, give it a move order and then order it to fire again, and it'll hopefully actually fire again. Because it's definitely not obstructed. I mean, there's literally nothing in its path except these Zargard, and it's an artillery piece that should easily be able to shoot over these guys. That's just ridiculous, man. You can see there's still some classic jank going on. Slayer's moving in. Guess that brings a big force out. Lazuka just has a bazillion supplies. Still. Never ever count your opponent out. Don't ever get complacent and just think that you got it in the bag. I've made that mistake before. I've seen many other people make it. And the Dowie just really, honestly, as a faction, generally speaking, can't afford to leave supplies in the bank. Like, you can bank up about 1,600, but then you need to get some units out on the field so that you can push them up. Because the Dowie are so slow, dude. They'll just get stuffed back if you give up ground and you're in an even fight. If you're banking up 4,000 and your opponent is grinding out even value with you, then you've made a terrible mistake. Lazuka kind of got away with murder in this matchup. A lot of that is just thanks to Empire maybe not really knowing how to counter the Dwarves. This is a very, like, you know, this is a pretty stock standard Kislevite army. It's doing a lot of the things that you would see against other factions, but the Dowie, you just can't play into them like they're any other faction. You have to tune your roster and your formation to counter them specifically. Now, I do like the Druzhina. Bring restock, cut the other abilities. He's only 1,200. With everything that we saw, he's 1,850. That 650 gold is pretty critical for getting out some other units. that can be really strong for you. You can get a Griffin Legion if you want to. A couple Kossovite Dervishes. That's a nice little mobility core. A little Grom in there. A Things in the Wood. I really like starting with the Streltsy personally. One Zargard in the opener. Armored Kossar Great Weapons are, I think, kind of a trap here. Not to say that they're a bad unit, but they do cost quite a bit, and I actually think the defensiveness with the shields from the regular Armored Kossars is more important, actually. The problem that Armored Kossar Great Weapons run into, their melee attack is not enough to get around a standard Dowie Warrior's melee defense. So they will wet noodle against those guys for freaking ages, and you will never, ever be satisfied with the outcome. It's going to leave a pretty sour taste in your mouth at the end of the day. Get your Frost Maiden, you bring Ice or Tempest Magic, and you just slam in Blizzard, dude. Put her on a Warhorse. She's 700 gold, super cheap, crazy powerful spell that will hard punish any Dowie blobs. Good for killing anything in the back line of the Dowie army that you can't get access to. Some Zargard with shields may be good on occasion. I wouldn't really recommend it. You can do a light war sled if you want to. Just be really mindful of bolt throwers and stuff. I wouldn't generally recommend it, though. Bringing a force like this is actually pretty strong. You bring the magic out when you need it. Because you're banking Winds of Magic even when you're leaving your caster in reserve. So you can wait for the first, like, 8 minutes of a game, and then bring her out, and you'll have all the Winds of Magic that your heart can possibly desire, and you can pop this on the 54-second cooldown, and just clear all the chaff that you either haven't already killed, or just close the game out by annihilating the Dowie reinforcements. You can bring a couple of great weapons in reserve. One more Things in the Wood can be pretty nice. Watchman in the Night, maybe. Got 1350 gold left. It's such an awkward amount, man. Just bring Dash's Hearthguards. This army is kind of small. Granted. Maybe just some regular Armored Kossars. Or you can do more Streltsy. Doing max Streltsy is a power move, dude. Streltsy are really good here, though. Unironically, a very capable unit in this matchup. Like, they do everything an Armored Kossar does, but a little bit better, except for lowered melee defense, a little less melee attack. But they got way more ammo and much better range in AP on their shooting. Like, they'll clear the skies of any gyrocopters pretty easily. When they're out of ammo, you can throw them into combat if you really need to. You can also just bring more Zargard. Another Armored Kossar. So awkward. Like, the problem that Kislev runs into is they're really good units. You know, they're hybrid shooters. You can only bring so many range tools, unfortunately. As much as you would, you know, like to just throw a bazillion bodies out on the field, it's a little restrictive as to what you actually are able to do. Maybe, I mean, you can, Little Grom is good. We'll bring it. You got 2,000 gold, go crazy. Just stick in whatever you want. But I swear by Zargard Great Weapons, as long as you don't leave them to get gunned down by stuff, they'll easily uptrade against the dwarves. They are insanely powerful. They got a great bonus versus infantry, and they got 40 melee attack at base. Which, you know, if you were paying attention, is about the same as a dwarf warrior, and with the additional amount, they'll win against pretty much anything else, even against longbeards. And as they especially beat Slayers. Slayers get absolutely massacred by Zargard Great Weapons. Really great comeback. Thanks, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll tilt too. It happens, you know. You'd be surprised how much of a deficit you can come back from in domination mode, especially against a faction like the Tomb Kings. So the factions that you can grind back into games against are like Tomb Kings, Vampire Counts, sometimes. Factions with bad cap weight, as long as you don't get totally schwacked, generally speaking, you can outcap them at the end and get those triple caps that are super crucial to securing victories. You can even do it to the Dowie. The Dowie are, really, like I said, really bad at recontesting points. If they're not holding an objective and they lose it, and then they're trying to come back up onto one, they're in trouble. We'll see if the Ogre Kingdoms are gonna be making something happen here. It's a really cool Ogre Kingdoms build, to be sure. I mean, Gorgers into the sunset, dude. 4 of them, with a ton of Noblar Trappers. Some Noblar Flingers and Golg, who is an excellent anti-infantry fighter. I'm a little worried about the lack of armor on the Gorgers, but they do a lot of damage, for sure. It's just the question of whether they live long enough to do that damage. And the Trappers, they're going to be a little lackluster here. I wouldn't really recommend Noblar Trappers against the Dowie. They're really short range, they don't have a lot of AP. And blasting charges will absolutely annihilate them. You're probably better off with just standard Noblars, and then the Trappers in reserve, like a couple of them, and then just lots of Flingers. Flingers are really strong here. They're really annoying to have to kill. And they got a lot of ammunition, these little guys. Like, if they just throw the stones all game, even if they're just shooting miners, or pebbling down a Quarreler over the course of literally a century, I don't even know how long it would take for a Quarreler to get taken down by these guys, but if they're just pebbling stuff like that, they can get some respectable value. And if your opponent is going to spend a bunch of time shooting them, then your Ogres can usually find ways to get really good engagements. Smoky Loco should actually just push this down. This is a really good fight for the Gorgers. They're not going to take a lot of damage from the blasting charges. By the time the miners are throwing, the Gorgers will be basically on top of them. They'll rip these guys apart pretty quickly. They're losing, yeah, they're losing some stats, but they got a huge bonus versus infantry, man. Ogre Kingdoms honestly can't really afford to play too cautiously. They don't have a force that can hold the number 3 right now. Rear charge here, really good from Smoky Loco. That's exactly what you want to do here. These miners going to get killed by the Blood Vultures, getting the flank off. They do pretty big damage. They got good melee attack. They've got respectable AP as well. You can see, really chewing through those guys. Now the Blood Vultures can get up in the air again and go right for the backline that's totally undefended now. I am worried about this back point. It's so undefended. But the Gorgers do finally get off the pot. And they're just trampling the poor miners right now. Pretty big damage coming in. A little bit of a flank, a little bit of bunching up, you know, that happens. You gotta be careful with your spacing. But it shouldn't be too terrible. The Ogre Kingdoms are giving up the objective right now. Not great. One Blood Vulture goes for the Bolt Throwers. The other ones are looking to grind against the Quarrelers, which is a pretty good fight. I don't know if they'll beat a Quarreler, but they'll do pretty well. The Dowie's shooting is way more durable than other factions. Generally speaking, though, they don't typically outfight flyers of any type that are dive bombing them. Blood Vultures may be an exception for that. Really, it's just Furies and Onyx Crowmen that body the Quarrelers and stuff. But the lack of physical resist on the Blood Vultures may be enough for the Dowie to reliably self-peel. Gorger's getting into the backline, though, and they're just all over the place back here. Just rush up onto the number 3 here and retake this. Gold comes out of hiding. You know, surprise, surprise. He jumps out of the woods and reveals his master plan, which is to just get in here and bonk the Dowie on the head, you know. Master strategist at work here, guys. Don't worry about it. And the Pebbles stacking up some damage, you know. I mean, they've only got 1 AP, but, you know, 120 shots is 120 shots, so the Dowie just getting pebbled to pieces right now. The Bogglars and the Mad Marsh also throwing their little ninja stars in, actually doing some pretty respectable damage. So Lazuka's been much better about bringing in units this game. Dowie do have a triple cap, though. Uh-oh. That's definitely pretty scary, and the Bolt Thrower crews are very much alive here, which is certainly not ideal for the Ogre Kingdoms. Doing a decent job of defending that. Gorgers running rampant through the back lines. They've killed a Quarreler here. They need to stay away from those Slayers and just get onto the other crews, or onto the other Quarrelers. Oh, I need to get out of here. No, don't let this happen. It's one of the risks of blobbing, dude. You think that, yeah, these 3 Gorgers will be fine. You spent a little too long focusing elsewhere, and then some Slayers rush up here. Very lucky that the Slayers didn't saturate in against the Gorgers here. Now it's the Quarrelers, or the Slayers' turn to just get quarreled to death. I mean, just Nobbler Trappers and Flingers ripping them apart, dude. No armor is pretty rough. I mean, they got a little bit of missile block chance, 30%, but that's not nearly enough to survive all this fire, man. Well, the Gorgers come back for seconds. They're going to take some serious work from these Slayers. I mean, the Slayers are really beat up now. They got enough models here to grind out a decent amount of value, though. They'll probably end up with like 700-800 if they actually get their attacks in. But it looks like the Ogre Kingdoms might just be pushing past them to go up into the back line and keep causing mayhem back here. Gorgers taking down some Dwarf Warriors. We've got a very slow cap coming in. The Miners get up here in time to be able to stop that up. Lazuka, man, doing some good damage on the Gorgers caught out in the open field here. Iron Drakes with big damage on them, but Meat Feast being popped. They got 11 models left, and they're actually closing the gap quick enough to get into this very expensive ranged piece here. Big damage going down. Get these guys out of here, dude. Don't leave them to fight Slayers. Rough stuff there. Golg's Maneaters moving around the field. They should really go secure this number 2, because you're going to need a triple cap. And resecuring a double is super important right now. And your Nobblars are not going to be able to hold this number 1 alone. It's not looking terrible for Smokey, though. The Gorgers really have gotten some pretty good value. I mean, one of them not doing too hot over here. Pretty much all of the others, though, have either gotten their value back or up-traded, which is really nice. So, rushing up, Nobblars, fairly healthy. The Flingers and the Trappers alike. Going to be some really good cap weight for the late game. You got some Ogre Bolt dual weapons trying to clean up Dowie Warriors and Miners that are pushed up into the woods there. And Smokey's really starting to close that gap now. These Gorgers going down on the outside. Gorgers on this side. 1400 value. Grumbling Guard. Grumbling Guard are such a strong unit. I don't know what it is about these guys. Every time I see them in a fight, in any battle, even if they're fighting otherwise dangerous opponents, they just seem to always be value trading effectively. Part of it might be this old Grumbler's ability, which does keep them, you know, nice and invigorated. It takes a while for them to run out. Nope, Gorger's going down over here. This Gorger unit looking to get a flank off here. Golg's Maneaters are just beating up on the Lord. Maybe they kill him. I'm just worried about the cap situation. You got the Piggyback Knights coming out here, getting blasting charged to death. Huge waste of that unit. I honestly don't think Piggyback Knights are even bad in this matchup, despite being an anti-large unit. They've got fairly good stats for a Noblar, but running them in just to get hit by those charges, big mistake, dude. Keep them back and throw some Ogre Bulls into the combat first, or just land on the miners with Blood Vultures and then send the Piggyback Knights in. The good thing about fighting the Dowie is you've always got time to react. They are such a slow faction. It takes them ages to get up to points. You can see that, I mean, the Ogre Kingdoms had a little bit of momentum here. They got the point. Kind of falling behind on it again, as a lot of the Noblars are running now. Gorgers and Gold trying to hold this point. Not going to be able to. The Maneaters back here, they actually killed the Dowie Lord, so Dowie leadership is pretty solid across the board. But, you know, it's not unbreakable, right? They'll get worn out here eventually. Once they start routing all across the field, there's not going to be a whole lot that the Dwarves are going to be able to do to consistently push back up onto these points and hold on to them. And wow, look at this, dude. The Dowie not able to cap this point. Nobbler Flinger gets up on here with Gold just trolling around on the corner. Don't run him off. No! A little bit of a mistake. You need to hold this triple cap just a little bit longer. Do you have the Ogre Bulls and the Maneaters moving up? Are they going to get on in time? Oh my god, they do. That is so clutch. Look at them pumping those legs. These guys are so goofy looking. I love them. Oh my god. Potbellies versus Short Kings, and the Potbellies win again. Who's surprised? Ogre Bull content of this particular brew of Bugmans. I mean, that's gotta be lethal. Like, one shot of this has gotta be lethal for a regular human. That is absolutely insane. So, he's gonna be rallying back. He gets peeled by the Blood Vultures, who are in a beautiful fight. Slayer's gonna lose out pretty badly against these birds, dude. We love Blood Vultures. Very nice harass unit. You know, they're a little squishier than Furies, but they are 150 gold cheaper. You got some pretty respectable value there. Pigbacks coming out just to stuff. Triple cap held by the Ogres. Yeah, see, here's... I mean, I was just talking about it, man. Dowie, one of those factions, if you can, like, push them back and hold your momentum against them and just keep them pinned up in their spawn zone, you can come back from being down on value. Trappers moving up. Ogre Bulls, Golg's Maneaters, some more Gorgers coming out. There's a lot of Slayers over here, man. You could probably bum rush these guys and kill them pretty quickly. It's going to be a little messy, though. I mean, you got some pretty lightly armored stuff in here. I'm very curious how this goes. I mean, this is the glorious death that Slayers yearn for, dude. Right? I mean, this is like basically a picture-perfect example of how they want to go out. Blood Vultures folding in. Just chipping through them. Doing some somersaults. Cool little jumps. And yeah, they got absolutely massacred, man. Ogre Bulls get poked down by the Quarrelers in the back line. More Slayers looking to push in. They're all pretty beat up, though. And Golga's just out here on the flank doing his thing. The Pigback Riders have been used pretty well, I would have to say. I think there's maybe a few too many of them. But they certainly haven't been terrible, just like swarming up here and holding the caps for as long as they've been able to here. I don't know how Dowie get back up on these points, dude. The dwarves just aren't quick enough. They're trying to get on here with some miners. They've got lots of tattered units on the field. Lazuka's got about 1,200 in the bank. The dwarves are just gassed, though, man. I mean, the Slayers are just getting swarmed by numbers, man.
You have been vested.
Very unfortunate. Slayers can be really impactful, but you shouldn't over-rely on them. Because they're so lightly armored. Lazuka was really throwing them out to the dogs at the end there, man. I mean, it may really suck to have to, like, summon a bunch of Dwarf Warriors in and then push up a bunch of Quarrelers behind it. And slow push it down. But I think that's better than just throwing individual Slayer units up to the Wolves. Because they're just not going to value trade well with Noblars shooting them, Ogre Bull dual weapons running over them, Pigback Riders blocking their path. It's going to become a hellish morass for them. Lead Belchers never came out. They could have come out at the end and done some pretty good damage. Golg was nice. No caster, which is kind of funny. I would generally recommend bringing one as the Ogre Kingdoms. You get really good heals. You got some great lures. You got Death Magic, Heavens, Wilds, and Great Maw Magic. All of which have some uses against the dwarves. Wild's Magic, you got Manticore Summons, and Pan's Impenetrable Pelt, and stuff like that. Death Magic, you have Aspect of the Dread Knight, which is actually really good against the dwarves, because if they go really wide, then they've actually got a bunch of stuff that's pretty vulnerable to terror routes. Dowie Warriors don't have ITP, nor do Quarrelers. Obviously, you're not breaking Slayers, but you can even send Iron Drakes routing, because I don't think they're ITP either. Let me go check, though. Yeah, no, they're not. You can actually terror out these guys. It's not super important, but generally, having a caster is way better than not having one. I would honestly argue a Butcher with extra ingredients and Bone Crusher and Bowl Gorger is all you really need. It's 1,000 gold. You can cut extra ingredients to make them cheaper. It's not a bad idea. He's got this Blood Gruel, which heals himself, so he's kind of hard to kill. And you just pop the buff and then the really good damage spell here, and just pummel the Dowie. This does massive damage to units in the radius, and it's a very concentrated one. With a decent amount of AP and just big damage in general. It's good against everything the dwarves have. It's really good for attacking backlines, because you can cast it from 200 meters out. I think this is a pretty underrated spell for the Ogre Kingdoms. And then you can, still bring Golg as your main lord, and you just run him up there. Bugman's to heal himself. And then you don't have to waste magic on Troll Guts. And, I mean, you pretty much do everything the exact same. I really like Noblar Scrap Launchers. They're really long range, and they may be inaccurate, but the missiles themselves actually do a ton of damage. And the spread is tight enough that in formations that the Dowie like to bring, oftentimes if you miss the initial unit you're aiming at, you'll hit something behind them. And they can value trade pretty nicely that way. But I do love the Gorger opening. It was really funny. It was definitely not something that I was expecting. So you just go for the exact same thing. You can just rock up with all the other goodies behind that. Stone horns are pretty good against the dwarves too. You don't have to bring them, but I really enjoy them. I don't know about all these probably just 2 pigback riders. You can bring some regular old Noblars. You can bring the Ogre Bull, dual weapons. I don't know if you need 4 Blood Vultures. Maybe not the worst idea in the world. You got 2,200 to work with. Stonehorn. I would always recommend a Stonehorn versus the dwarves. If this thing just gets moving and is pinballing through Dowie units, it's going to do some serious damage and pretty quickly rack up its 1,800 gold cost. Or you can do 2 Iron Guts, who can do pretty respectable damage here. Stonehorns do get countered by good Dowie shooting. But you should theoretically, with the Gorgers and the Blood Vultures, have enough to shut the backline down, and then you can just go ham with everything else in your army. Those are just a few alternatives. Smoky Loco played it really well, and Lazuka scrapped really well early, but, you know, Dowie, they just lose ground, and they're never going to get it back. Ogre Kingdoms are too quick for them. Very sad. You know, have you ever heard the tragedy of the Dowie in domination mode? It's not a tale that the Kara's Angkor would tell you. We got one last Dowie matchup. Versus Tyrant here is going very, very elite. Which is a little worrying. So, here's the thing. Against the dwarves, big combat character lords oftentimes are kind of a trap. Not that Eltharion can't do good work here. He cannot come over where these Trollhammer torpedoes and the bolt throwers are, though. They'll kill him in record time. And this mage needs to be really careful, because the bolt throwers opening up right now would do some significant damage to this guy. He's only got 3,800 HP. You really don't want to have to use a whole bunch of regrowths on him. You know, the idea behind bringing life magic is that you're using it on the actual combat targets. Ouch, dude. Oh my god, no, please. Oh, and now using a regrowth on him. That's a lot of winds of magic to use on a character that's not going to get you a lot of value in combat, man. Yeah, he took a big pounding there. Just get him up in the trees. You're not going to hold this objective. Even if you did cap it, you're not going to hold it. And now the Dowie are up here anyways, and you've still taken a bunch of damage and kind of wasted a regrowth for it all. Everqueen's Court Guard and the Sisters of Avalorn are moving forward. You can just push them up. I mean, they'll chip down the miners nicely. Firing against Dwarf Warriors is never, ever going to work out for you. It's going to take ages to break those down. You could shoot the Trollhammer torpedoes. In fact, that's probably what you're best doing here. Definitely need to be opening up now. Don't push the back objective. Please don't do this. It's hazardous against most factions, and Eastern Isle Colony, yeah, the spawns are pretty far back, and the Dowie aren't, you know, particularly renowned for their speed, but don't give them any favors by shortening the distance they have to go. Just go up to the middle, man. If you went on the middle and put the Dowie behind far enough, then you can push the home objective and still cap that up pretty easily. Blasting charges being shot at, but it's kind of pointless now. You want to shoot the blasting charges down before you send your White Lions forward. As the High Elves, you got plenty of time to trade early on against the Dowie. You just need to build out some numbers, you need to poke down their expensive targets. And while I love Sisters of Avalorn thematically, I do think they're kind of bad for using against the dwarves. The dwarves have a lot of long-range shooting as well. They've got a lot of silver shields, and they've got a lot of cheap bow units that can easily poke these guys down from range. Rangers and Quarrelers alike have not silver shields, bronze shields, which does mitigate a lot of the effective fire against Sisters of Avalorn, or from them, I should say. And then the Dowie just give it right back, but these guys don't have any missile mitigation, so they just get hammered by stuff like that. Eltharian dive bombing does tear out the miners, and we do have the Rangers, chipping away out here. Wow, the White Lions of Trace are grinding through the miner front line. Giant Slayers kind of kiting back. Bolt Throwers are shooting Eltharian. He'll be able to heal as long as the regrowths are online. The Starwood Staff, you do need to use this thing. You have to actually, click it so that you can get it going. It's very powerful. Gets you a lot of extra winds of magic. Everqueen's Courtguard kiting back. War Lions of Trace coming in. More Sisters of Avalorn. My god, can this man be stopped? I mean, 4 of them might be enough to make this happen. I'm just worried about what happens once the Bolt Throwers stop wasting their time shooting Eltharian and actually just kill the Sisters. Because that's kind of saving Tyrande right now. A lot of value has been tied up in Eltharian. He has taken a pretty significant beating. Hasn't gotten a lot of value. It's honestly not that big of a deal as long as you're holding the points, though, man. White Lions, I would just say throw them forward, dude. Keep the Dowie as far back as possible. A lot of these dudes have gotten okay value so far. You could probably also drop Earthblood on a lot of these guys, because they have got a decent amount of models left. And I don't think they've been healed a single time this battle. Earthblood's very effective for healing up infantry formations. War Lions of Trace fighting on the number 1 over here. We've got more War Lions coming in. They're going to get a good collapse here. This is why you don't want to fight with 3 units into 1 like this. So the biggest issue that's going on here for the Dowie is that, you've got 3 units fighting. Quote unquote. I'm doing air quotes. You can't see it. I'll get a camera one day. Theoretically, you have 3 units fighting 1, but I'm telling you, man, almost 80% of these guys are just staying around, cheering, not doing anything. They're, kind of wasted. And then they just get rear charged, and they're going to get ripped to pieces now. Tyrande is using the Sisters of Avalorn to shoot down the Thunderers now. Eltharian is getting pounded, though, man. He is on his way out. He's got a decent amount of room on his heal cap, but man oh man has he been brought low this day. I'd use the regrowths here, or the Earthbloods here on the White Lions, and just leave Eltharian with his low HP to hide back here. You should really just bring a different Lord against the Dwarves. You could bring Tyrion on foot even, which I don't think would even be a bad idea. See, so the biggest problem now is that the Sisters of Avalorn are starting to get shot at for real this time. And they're getting pushed down by a lot of Dwarf Warriors. Caps are still pretty favorable for the Dwarves. I mean, it's evened up now. Slayers are reinforcing the number 1, and yeah, the Dowie Warriors back here actually held on a lot better than I was expecting. And where's Eltharian? He is just flying up into the heavens, dude. It'd be so funny. Honestly, I never knew you could get your lords up there. Hide them up there. That would be amazing. I can't wait to see that happen in a game for real. Like in a really high level game and somebody's lord is on their deathbed and they fly him over here, hide him on the top of that thing, and then your opponent just has no idea what's going on. Yeah, Sisters being taken down. They didn't even get that much value, unfortunately. That's really sad, man. They just, like I said, they just don't have great targets. I mean, Dowie just throw up a lot of cheap stuff, and they push you down, and you either fire in against a bunch of shields, or you push way far forward and then get punished by the Dowie's counterfire, and then you just cry. I think you can bring Sisters of Avalorn in this matchup. I don't think it's impossible. I think you do need to refine the rest of the build, though, if you're going to bring them. Eltharian's just too expensive. I mean, he's a good character. There's a lot of matchups where he's really strong. Against the Dwarves, though, on Silverwing, I think is what it is, or Stormwing, or whatever the Griffin's name is. He's just too big of a target. Dowie are very good at shooting flying characters. For the most part. Valky is an exception because she's really tiny. But a big model like this is going to get ruined by Iron Drakes and Thunderers and units of that caliber. And, I mean, it can even happen to Valkia if she gets caught out really badly. Dowie, you know, they're walking their way back up onto the point, but you can see how hard they're having to work, even though they have a 5,000 gold value lead. You know, it's just difficult being this slow in an objective-based game mode. Swarming up on the back point, they're going to cap that, and that's going to be it for Tyrande. There's, like, no way back in this. The Swordmasters of Hoeth, they're a fun unit. They're a good unit in this matchup, too. But they probably need to come out a little earlier, and they need to be used a little differently. They do get into the Slayers. They're a good target for regrowths also. Slowly shooting all these guys down. It's gonna take ages to do that, though, with how tattered the Sisters are. Still haven't gotten their value back, man. Everqueen's Courtguard are completely out of ammo and way off of their 1,300 gold cost. What do you do to buff these things up? Give them more damage, or what? Honestly, I feel like the best thing you could do is give these guys freaking armor. Like, you know, 40 armor is so pitiful. Oh man, the High Elves. So much sadness in this world, and the High Elves only bring me more. They're such a cool faction. I love them to death. I just wish they could do stuff. You're so bad. God, and these bolt throwers are amazing, dude. I've got to say, Lazuka's bolt thrower play is really solid. Every time the bolt throwers stay online all game, he wins. Alright, that's gonna be that's the last replay that we've got here. But before we go, let's go see if we can make a high elf build that's not going to get folded up by the Dowie in the first 5 minutes of the game. Lithanor is terrible, never bring him. Eltharion on foot. Could he be good? Bring Mistwalker's Barrage, sure. You can bring Apotheosis and Hand of Glory. Reasonably fast, tanky, the heals, decent HP pool. His AP's kind of weak, though. Tyrion on foot? Tyrion on horseback. Just bring Tyrion on horseback, dude. 1,800 gold, good fighter. He'll do everything that, that your boy was trying to do. Eltharion on his much more expensive mount, but way better. I mean, like, theoretically, you bring Eltharion to control the air from gyros, but honestly, the High Elves have plenty of shooting to kill gyrocopters. All you need is a bunch of archers, and with that many Sisters of Avalorn, if your opponent's going gyros, they're going to get sorely disappointed. Sisters are very good at shooting those down. A prince on foot. These guys don't have a freaking... Do any of the lords have a chariot? No. Sad. Very sad. Disappointing as well. You can always do an archmage. Archmages have a chariot, although they're really weak on that thing. Oh my god. That's dreadful. Nobles. AP is really bad on the chariot. Maybe they'd be okay. Alright, so we're gonna go based off of what Tyrant had. We're gonna try and make a build that still includes a lot of the same elements. So you bring Tyrion, right? Tyrion's got Heart of Avalorn, so you don't even need to heal him. You don't even need to waste magic there. Just bring Earthblood. And bring Flesh to Stone as well. You spam these two spells, you're going to get a lot of healing, you're going to imbue a lot of physical resistance. Your units are going to love you for it. And it's on a budget. It's really cheap. Earthblood is just a solid heal. Overcast it. Get that double duration going. Flesh to Stone, 19 seconds of 60% physical resistance is amazing against the dwarves, because Dowie do not have magic damage. They've got a handful of units like Doomseekers and stuff like that, but that's really about it. Like, you're never seeing Hammerers. I don't even know the last time I saw them in a game. They're so expensive, dude. They're so slow. I think the last time I saw a Hammerer was against Khorne. I was playing Khorne and the other person was playing the Dwarves. And they did okay there, but that's about it. Anyways, back to the High Elf build. The White Lions are good. The Sisters of Avalorn, solid. 750 gold left. Alright, let's do it this way. Okay. We're going to cut 2 of the White Lions of Trace, right? We'll keep the Sisters of Avalorn. Let's get some Lothern Seaguard in here for some extra shooting. Guess you can chevron these guys for the extra stats. You can always push more infantry out of reserve. You can bring lots of great swords and DPS here. Still bring your sisters. Everqueen's Courtguard are too expensive. I don't think they're worth it. They just don't do anything, they don't do anything that much better than their standard counterpart. They just fire faster and cost 200 gold more. That ain't worth it. That's not a good ROR. Good RORs have, like, substantial, like, abilities that really differentiate them from their, counterparts. Like here's a good example. The Storm Riders, they cost 150 gold more. They got all the typical ROR bonuses in terms of stats and whatnot. But, over a regular old Lothern Seaguard, they cost fear, they have Vanguard deployment, and they fire while moving. So they can rock up to an objective quickly, they scare the things that they're fighting against, provided they're not ITP or cause fear their own right, blah blah blah. And they can also fire on the way in while being deployed further forward, on top of all the extra stats. That is way more than the Everqueen's Courtguard has. Another example, Omen of Asuryan over the regular Arcane Phoenix. The reason the Omen of Asuryan is worth bringing as a ROR is it's got this Perfect Vigor and ITP imbuement to everything that's near it. Which is great. Perfect Vigor, amazing ability. Cannot discount it for its effect on the battle. Just run it, dude. White Lion Chariots would be pretty good against the Dwarves. They've got good mass, decent amount of HP. They do a ton of damage, they're pretty quick, they got missile resistance. Excuse me. Use them to run the Dowie down. You can bring some Rangers, And what else do you need? I think White Lions, or War Lions, are actually maybe a trap here. Not that they're a bad unit, right? But against the dwarves, Dowie just don't care about fighting stuff like this. Like, yeah, the AP is nice, and these guys have decent melee attack and melee defense, but I don't know if it's enough. And the leadership is really poor on them. 55 leadership is big bad. For a faction that goes pretty elite, having something that costs this much and is potentially going to be running for its life against your opponent at really inopportune moments is not really something that I think you can afford. I really like the Rangers. Silver and Guard would be really funny. They hold for ages. They're hard to kill. They got a lot of armor for a high elf unit, but definitely don't want to include them. Rahager's Pride might be worth it. They got better leadership. They also have Mighty Roar, which lowers leadership and speed in fights. That can be worthwhile. Let's bring an Archer. I don't know, maybe this would work. This isn't really what you should be doing as the High Elves versus the Dwarves. On a more regular basis, what would you want to bring? I mean, Teclis wouldn't be bad. It just doesn't have good combat stats, though. Just bring Tyrion. Just run him in there. Heart of Avalorn. That's nice. Bring 2 Lore Masters of Hoeth. And, like, cut all of their abilities except for Earthblood. And just use them as heal bots. And you can use Tyrion and the Lore Masters to, like, lock a point down. These guys are really good combatants, by the way. They have Martial Mastery, which gives them more melee attack. And then they've got crazy high melee defense with this active. They will beat down any Dowie hero core. And they can clear out chaff pretty effectively, too. You can bring the White Lions. You can bring just basic archers. I swear by basic archers. They're really strong against the Dowie gyros. And you basically just keep them back while you use your White Lions to grind through the front line. And you just Earthblood constantly on these guys. You only use your Earthbloods on your White Lion core. And then the archers shoot down any gyros that come in and try to bombing run you. You can push up some Sword Masters behind that. Rangers are pretty good against Slayers, the big uptrade for them. Chariots, like I said, are really good against the Dowie because they just flatten their units. And the Armored Chariots are really good against Slayers, because Slayers are just big bad at fighting, you know, like smaller numbers of models with good mass. They get absolutely crushed by units like this. It's really funny. More Rangers. More Archers. Just a couple more of them. And maybe a couple Silver Helms. You got a nice number of units. You got good counters to everything. You got lots of good DPS infantry that will beat down on a Dowie frontline pretty nicely. It might not be the easiest thing in the world for them, but generally speaking, they're not going to have too many issues getting through it. You can bring Blessed Tome and buff up leadership as well, I guess, if you wanted to. It's something to think about. You can also cut that and then bring a Foot Thorian. And bring Apo and Hand of Glory. Or, arguably, honestly, just Hand of Glory, since you're going to be using Earthblood. And Mistwalker's Barrage to do some damage. You use Hand of Glory to buff up your White Lions so they can do extra damage. Because it does imbue melee attack, and it's a really cheap spell. It's only 4 Winds of Magic. So I can just kind of run around and smack stuff up. He's got Grim Discipline as well. I forgot about that. So he gets more melee defense and melee attack. So ain't nothing hitting him. He's going to be really tanky, especially with his boys here next to him. You could bring Fang Sword, maybe. I don't know what you do with 200 more gold. Oh, get the Pure Main Company. Because they'll sunder armor, which will be nice. Like, these guys have good AP, but any extra damage against Dowie can be really useful. The archers can kind of, like, focus down anything the Pure Main Company's fighting and have a little bit more effect. So, yeah, go for it. Try it out. Let me know what you think. Anyways, that's going to be it for me tonight. Thanks, y'all. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I've been going for a while now. I'll be back soon. Hopefully doing a little bit better in some of the tournament games. Today was a little haphazard. We had a really close first game. A horrible build for the second match that we were in. We basically got hard countered. And then we were able to, you know, salvage some dignity there at the end. So maybe next time we can get into the top 4 and get some stuff done. Who won the tournament, by the way? Attack Speed. Attack Speed is really good. How many tournament wins do they have now? Right behind Maximillionaire. Both of them have 8 tourney wins, dude. It's really impressive. So, yeah. Anyways. Later, guys. Y'all take care. Peace out.